Hi everyone, welcome on in. How are y'all doing today? Let's see. Bingu and Roar, thank you both for being first today. Tia, thank you for being the other first today. The very first at top of the stream. Thank you. It's good to see you. Verfunia, welcome in. Thank you so much for being second. Let's see. Tia, thank you for being third. And yeah, Town Inside Me, great. It's great. Let's see. Oh, thank you so much for the subscription, Verfonia. I really appreciate it. Oh, look at you wagging your little tail. Ruff, ruff. Good boy. There you go. Let's see. Never forget Mr. Try by giving Johnny insane payoffs for midsection. Okay. So like it's so interesting from a perspective in those kind of games. Like they'll be top tier characters. Hey Stella, welcome on in. How you doing? They'll be like top tier characters, and then they'll release a character and it will counter like a top tier character, and then all of a sudden like the whole tier list changes, and like I don't know, it's so wild. Fighting games. It's fascinating to me because people will like value characters over another because of like 2 frames worth of difference, right? Um I almost spit my water roar as a Faust main. I'm not innocent. Like I didn't play competitive in XRD. Like I haven't played competitive in any fighting game, but I didn't play competitive. But I just played Jam because I don't know, it was fun to kick. It's just fun to kick, right? And I know she wasn't that good. She was fun though. She was very very middling for a character. Let's see. Oh, hang on. What was this Discord message? Y'all, y'all, I love what's going on with Crassitator. I love, I love what's going on with Crassitator. Kuradoberi? Yeah, Jam Kuradoberi. Gosh, I can't say it like the announcer does. Yeah, it's a fun name to say. And I liked that she could like chain her 3 dragon kicks into each other. It's a lot of fun. You're good. Grinding in far, far west. Wanted to tune in to stream. Still have your collar on. I figured you might. Figured you might. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Speaking of, I have mine right here just in case. Just in case. You never know when you might need it. But yeah, it's oh, Ninja Chicken. Hi, welcome in. Arg, what's going on? How's your foot doing, by the way? I know you said that you hurt it pretty bad the other day. Are you feeling any better? Are you feeling any better? Um, I'm doing pretty okay today. I woke up late. Gosh, no, I went to therapy. Therapy was fine. I had to come home and take a nap. I did not get enough sleep today. So who knows how late we're gonna go? Probably not like super, super late, but because, tired. But been doing good otherwise. You have some news. Hope it's okay to say publicly here. Yeah, go ahead. It still hurts, but it's been easy to ignore with everything else going on. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is it really stressful? What's happening? Um, I've been working on this stupid code, y'all. I've been working on this stupid code. So, of the stuff that we imported the other night, I've fixed almost all of the errors within the code we brought in. Like almost all of it. um, which has been a whole nightmare to work with. But we're almost to the point where we can start actually integrating the code that works with the new API into the existing code that we have with our Nine Souls plugin. So decided to go through it talking, currently on break and single out of your choice. That's good. That's good. That is amazing, Perfunia. That is amazing. I'm really glad that you were able to have that discussion. And I'm really glad that you're in the position that you are right now because I think that it's going to be good for you based on everything we talked about. So, um, I know it probably wasn't very easy, but I am proud of you. And it's good that you were able to talk through things. Like seriously. So, um, let's see. Yeah, I got this code almost working. Maybe. No, I almost have this code to the point where we can do something with it. Um, so that's a whole thing. Part of what was so troubling is that they're targeting like a different version of .NET. We're doing .NET Framework 4.72. They're doing .NET 10, so they've got access to things we don't have. I have no idea if the stuff that we're doing right now is gonna work, or if we're gonna have to find other solutions. But fingers crossed, it's gone. You had the help of a couple close friends, and they've been so supportive. Makes you almost cry to how much they've been proud of you for doing it. Absolutely. Dubbin, welcome in. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. And Castle, hi. Thank you so much for being fourth. How are you doing today? Yeah, I think that's really good for Afunia. You know, and I'll say this to anybody, but like if someone is struggling, if someone's having a difficult time, the best thing you can do is open up to people and get some support and talk with them and try to get just let it out a little bit and have somebody help you with some of that burden. Keeping things inside is just not the way that we work as a species. So, oh, look at that little emote and that cute little tail. Ooh, you a little shy? That's okay. Hope you're doing well though. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get this code pulled up. Here we go. All right. So we're back in Visual Studio today. Uh, this program sucks. Well, hopefully it won't cause us too many problems. But yeah. So we had down here where the mouse is, it says we've got 7 errors that we need to resolve. A lot of those are actually in my plugins now. So got 3 there. Um, and then 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's probably like another one here in this plugin. So yeah, it's right there. Um, so yeah, we've made a lot of progress. We've made like a lot of progress in trying to resolve a lot of the problems because this code, the WebSocket client, shock options, response, command publish, client PiShock, PiShock, and Shocker base, like all of that is just code that I ripped from somewhere else and I'm trying to make work for this. So it's a lot. I am justifying this to myself by, if I get this done and if I do a decent job with it, then I should be able to use this other code, use the majority of this code for future mods if necessary. So, like, this is the Nine Souls Shock plugin, and this will be specific to Nine Souls, and these patches will be specific to Nine Souls, but we may be able to just have like a generic thing that we can just use, right? Watch a 90-second Rev 2 basic combo tutorial, and holy shit, bring up Blast with Dopamine shocks all over. Yeah, I I remember playing Rev 2, which in my opinion has probably one of the best tutorials of a fighting game ever. I don't know if any of the other Guilty Gear games have tutorials as good, but the fact that they go through and they like have you practice each individual technique, that they do like character specific matchups where they're like, oh, if you're playing against Kai Kiske, then you need to be aware of these long range attacks and you need to do these sort of things to try to counter it and interrupt their game plan, otherwise you won't win. And just like all these different things that they like taught you how to do. Um, I couldn't even like get all the way through the tutorial because some of the stuff was difficult. But then I'd go into like training and, try to learn training and they teach you basic combos, right? Um, they do the basic combos for each of the characters, and if you are able to successfully complete all of the basic combos, then it unlocks like middle difficulty combos. I could barely do basic combos on most characters. Like not even like complete them. And then the only time I unlocked like the like middling difficulty of combos, I couldn't do a single fucking one of them. They're just the combo strings are like 90 strong. Oh, ads, no. No, 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 no. No, we hate ads. Not the ads. No. You know our Guilty Gear Strive? Yeah, I've been wanting to I've been considering getting it. I don't know that like the controller I have, I don't know that it would like work all that well for it. I know that the Xbox controller was pretty shit. It did not do well, and I had to use like a PlayStation 3 controller, and the drivers for that were not good. Um, Baba and Outfit are you girls? Yeah. Guilty Gear Strive is probably the only fighting game with a decent tutorial in game. Uh, Guilty Gear, um, Guilty Gear XRD, I felt was pretty good as well. If Guilty Gear Strive is also good, then that's really great. What does the Guilty Gear Strive ABBA design look like? Oh, I don't, couldn't really describe it. Gillas, welcome in. Thank you for giving me my shell. I appreciate it. Who took my shell? Tia? Tia, you took my shell? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? But welcome in. Kaza wanted a shorter name. You haven't played it? Okay, yeah. The XRD tutorial was the best tutorial I've seen in any fighting game, and one of the best tutorials I've seen in any game. So if Strive is even close to that, I would agree with you. I would agree with you hard on that. Yeah. Um, but yeah, like I went into the combos like lab to be able to practice combos with characters, and there were a couple of characters that I could beat the basic combos with, and then they were like, here's the middling difficulty, like the novice combos, and I'm like, why are they 40 button inputs long? Like why are they so long? Um, and I was only ever able to do like two or three of the middle combos. You prefer the visual style of XRD over Strive? I haven't really looked into Strive. Yeah, I don't know. XRD is what I'm familiar with, so it is in some ways what I prefer because it was the first and only introduction to Guilty Gear that I had. Um, but I can see the Strive's got some really cool things that it's got going on, you know. And they keep releasing more and more characters, so it's kind of wild how many there are. I just wish it wasn't like so expensive. Part of what has kept me from even getting it is like I want to get some of the characters, like some of the DLC characters that they've released, but the DLC characters somehow they have managed to do like season passes where out of like the 5 characters in a season pass, I'll only be interested in like one or two of them. And it's like, how have you managed to not have a season pass where I'm like, yeah, I'd play the majority of these characters? And of course, like full disclosure, full disclosure, I pick my characters almost entirely off of like aesthetics and theme. So, you know, I don't want like one of these big dudes. I don't care if they fight really fun. I don't want to play a big dude. So many new characters. I know. Hey Guillaume, welcome on in. How are you doing? It is a Phoebe. And it's a Guillaume. How are you doing today? We're just talking a little bit about a Guilty Gear because we had the town inside me earlier. The whole town was inside me. That sounds hmm. Let me think about that for a second. Anyways, whoa, whoa, yeah, we had the whole town inside me. That's right. But no, we had the Bridget song playing. Hubba hubba. Oh golly. Oh golly gee. Um, God, it's so funny. It's so funny. Anyways, yeah, we were just talking about a bit of Guilty Gear, talking about Strive, XRD, the characters, stuff like that. Dude, not eepy enough. Should head to bed. You said to yourself 2 hours ago. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you can get some. I hope you can feel like you need to go to sleep soon. I know how that is, where sometimes you just don't feel tired and it feels like impossible to get to sleep. So, you only play when you got family share from a friend from the US, but Steam doesn't allow that anymore. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I can't. Gosh, oh wow, that would be like doing family share because you got to be like on the same network for that, right? Which is It's got to be difficult with somebody from another continent. Takes a village or sometimes a town. That's right. Wouldn't mind a town inside me. Yeah. Why would you sleep when you need to get up for work in 6.5 hours? Then you check in. I'm just not even gonna interact with your inability to sleep. We're talking about Guillaume. Guillaume probably needs more sleep than you do because 98% of humanity needs more sleep than you. It's one of those days, huh? I guess so. I guess so. Let's see. Speaking of, let me get this turned down a little bit. Um, how's that look? How the levels look here? Verfunia, thank you so much for the 400 bits. Hmm. How is the sound in relation to my voice? Is this a little loud or a little? I could probably turn it down a little bit more. Here we go. Probably something like that. Probably something like that. It's good. Okay. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit on my end too. I'm like really sensitive to sound for some reason. And so if there's noise playing, it's hard for my head to work. You can hear me. That's good. That's good. I'll be later. I mean, it's only if you feel like you want to, only if you feel like you need to, Verfonia. But I appreciate any support from anybody. So thank you so much for that. Not really having a schedule tomorrow, but got things to work on with someone and it isn't planned yet. Ah, I see. I see. Yeah, I see. So it's not one of those things that you like have to go to sleep, but there's a chance that you may really need to be rested early. Yeah. Often need silence if you're doing something that demands thought. Very much so. Don't know the time that'll take either. Ah, that always makes it really tricky to work with, you know? Let's see. So let's look through these. WebSocket client is fine. Shuck options. I'm not gonna be able to not say that. Shuck options has this cooldown timer, but we're not using this anymore. So we're just gonna remove that. Um, that clears up one error. And publish. This is intensity. I don't know what I'm gonna do about this one. Check options. That's right. Check options. I don't know how I want to handle this. So the way that they did the shock options is they had the operation mode, which is like shock versus buzz versus beep, right? They had a single intensity value. They had a duration and some other things, right? And like I don't know. I would like to have both a min and max intensity because that allows whatever you're sending to be scaled based off of um allows whatever you're doing to be scaled based off of like damage received or something like that, right? So like if you take 80 damage, it hurts worse than if you took 20 damage kind of thing, right? So I'll need to figure out a way to do that. I think what I might end up doing is adding a shock option that is just like current intensity, and then use max intensity and min intensity to, speaking of, Better fix that. It would be really bad to have the min intensity just be the max intensity all the time. Huh. Well, probably don't want that. Um, so yeah, I'll probably do something like that and then use min and max in order to clamp it to a reasonable value. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. I think that's what we'll do. So we'll have another value that is current intensity. Oh, okay. And then for ultra diabolical, give it a random 0 to 10 second delay. That actually was built in here. There was randomized duration, intensity randomized, and duration randomized. I don't think it was delay randomized, but it did have randomization. That may be something that I go and add in later, because I do think that there can be some fun in like you know it's coming, but you don't quite know when it's coming. You're like kind of anticipating it a little bit because a lot of times, like the warning can make it worse, right? When you know like oh it's I'm gonna get hurt here in like 2 seconds. That anticipation makes it more painful sometimes. Hey, Abigail Tabitail, how you doing? Welcome on in. How you doing? And thank you so much for being fifth today. I appreciate it. So, randomness is maybe something that I might add because I think that is something that could be. I think that's something that could be used for some fun stuff. EP, I'm waking up. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, let me see here. For current, we'll probably just put current at min intensity just in case. Well, no, because min intensity. Like, I don't need to set current intensity anywhere. Um, where do we use validate? Where is it being validated? It's got to be here, right? Mm, God, trying to figure out what they were doing with their code was wild, y'all. Like it they were doing some things that I don't understand. I had to like look up so many different things to figure it out. EP waking up? Yeah. Well, good morning. Okay, so there's a validate. I knew there was some in here. Is it not documented well? Nah, it's not. Hmm. Let's validate shockers. Hmm. Like what they're doing is fairly clear, right? The problem is like I don't know their code that well, so like I'd have to go and look through like everything to understand it. And they're also using like a different version of .NET So, like, some of the things that they're doing, I don't have access to. Hey, Decross the Fox, welcome in. How you doing? How are the kitties doing today? So yeah, it's a bit of a pain to like go through and figure it out. Oh, thank you so much for the stream streak. Wahoo indeed. I really appreciate the support. It always makes me happy to see somebody like come back again. Like, it's just such a transitory experience that, sometimes you might meet somebody, it might be the only time that you ever talk to them ever. Yeah, I'm doing well. I didn't get quite enough sleep, but I think we're doing okay. I actually feel like I've got maybe like a little bit of a sinus thing going on. I don't really know. But still doing pretty well nonetheless. Okay, so validate is there. Oh my gosh. Um, Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it, Anonymous. Thank you so much for the support. Oh my gosh. Oh wow, thank you. Let's see. You gave it to Jinxie and Drutan and Botan and Nerdicus and Dana Slime. Actually has some great people in there. Well, thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Always scares me a little bit like out of nowhere that sometimes there's just like boom, there they are. Thank you. The too little sleep into instant sickness is nuts. It's not quite sick. It's just I don't know. My head feels kind of weird. Eve, welcome in. How are you doing? And thank you so much for being here. It is a good time to join. Then again, anytime we get to hang out is a good time to join. You know? Gallus, just fire. Let there be fire. Um, let's see. So this validate. Okay, where did we see that again? It was in one location. It was in command publish, right? I don't think that this can ever return true. I don't think this can ever return true, right? So this was sending the request. This will do those things. So what if, can we just clamp, can we just clamp the current intensity to be clamped here? Yeah, I guess we can, right? Because validate is always called before we send the request. And if validate's always called before we send the request, then we don't have to worry about it being out of range. This creates the body here. And then command is called by right here. Yeah, this makes sense, right? What is targets doing? What is targets doing? Why does this exist? That's a local variable. Add target. I don't know why this exists. I don't know why it's doing that. That's weird. Hey, Emmy Doll Dev, welcome back. How are you? You just woke up and your back hurts? Oh, I'm so sorry. No. That is the worst when you wake up and you're already feeling bad. I hope that feels better for you soon. I I don't know. I think it's like bad posture or something, but I've been having pretty bad back issues for a little bit. I got a heating pad and it has made a world of a difference to me. Sometimes when I'm just like not feeling well in the back area, that heating pad is just a lifesaver. Also, this chair that I'm using is it is not good. It's not good. Oh, look at that. I need to work out more. I know I do. I know I do. Moving this mouse around, this is my exercise. God, that's ridiculous. Let's see. Current intensity is less than min intensity. Current intensity equals min intensity. Oh, come back here. That's the kind of shit that I really love about um that I really do like about Visual Studios. How it's like I type current intensity and it's like, oh, based on your previous code, you want to compare it against min intensity and then equal it to min intensity if it's less than? And I'm like, yeah, uh-huh. It's like, cool. And the next line you want to do is you want to do the same check against max intensity and change it? It's like, yeah, uh-huh. Exactly. Am I listening to this music? Yes. Yes, I am listening to this music. Why? Hey, hey, did you bonk me? Wait, you could be my exercise? Oh, Silver, my goodness. Add weights to the mouse? Oh my gosh. Just like 20-pound weights on my hand. I just have one really swole elbow. So I think that's fine, because like we set min intensity, we set max intensity. We don't set current intensity anywhere, but whenever we validate it, which we do before we send it, it'll always clamp it to min intensity or max intensity, and we'll be able to like set it elsewhere and not care what value we set it to, which is really nice because it'll be validated here and it will set the intensity there instead. So I think that actually works really well for us. Um, hmm, yeah, that works well. May songs be requested? It's on a playlist that I've got right now, and like tabbing over there and like entering in songs and stuff like that is kind of difficult because honestly, doing anything besides typing in this program and even typing in this program is sometimes difficult because it's a lot, y'all. Okay, and so we can take current intensity here and maybe in the future. Yeah, yeah, absolutely, that's what it is. So we can set this to current intensity and then that solves our problem with, we just target current intensity with everything. We don't need to set current intensity to any values. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. So that clears up a little bit there. Okay, we'll see about changing that later, but that seems fine for now. That solves that problem too. Yo, y'all, I think we fixed all the errors in the code that I stole. And it's not that the code was wrong, it's that I'm using it for the wrong thing and I just completely vultured it. So we can start doing things. We can start making it work. Everything playlist or like a rock play. It's whatever sounds interesting to me. Hey Saturn, welcome on in. How you doing? How are you? Good, good, good. I've altered it. Yeah, uh-huh. I just picked it right up and stuffed it in my mouth. I was like, nom nom nom. I didn't see anybody looking after this, so I'm gonna take it. No, I exactly like actively maintained code. I'm just uh heavily borrowing, plagiarizing, um, the code. Yeah. And everything playlist. Yeah. I mean, because I don't listen to like specific songs. No, wait. I don't listen to like an artist or an album. I listen to like specific songs that make my brain happy. Hey Kay, welcome on in. How are you? Hi. I've been hanging out with Kay before stream most nights. Y'all should definitely give her a follow and hang out there as well. She is really lovely. She's been doing a lot of Winrows, so some really fancy pirate stuff. We just we just finished up fixing all of the errors in the code that I stole. Okay, so we just like can start doing something with it, you know? If one song makes my brain really happy, would you not go explore other songs from that artist album? Oftentimes I do, and they don't make my brain as happy. I like listening to one song on repeat 8 hours at a time. That's kind of my modus operandi. That's usually what I do, Silver. It's it's the autism. Kind of surprised it took you 70 plus hours to unlock all the characters and cursed words. Oh, that is actually really surprising, Roar. Autistic, autistic. Hey, yes. Um, that actually reminds me of when I went and got food today. Oh my God. So I've talked about this before, but like people treat me like a cryptid sometimes. I go into there and it's a sandwich place. I always get the number five. And there's somebody who's like sees me. It's like number five. I'm like, uh-huh. And then immediately just starts explaining my order to an employee, like one of the other employees. Like, all right, they're gonna order a number five, and you're gonna get it this way, and you're gonna do these things on it, and you're not gonna do this, you're not gonna do this. And when you ring them up, they're gonna do it this way, and they're not gonna talk to you. And I just stood there with like my card in my hand, and I was like, just like a little bit like, what am I doing? Like, because you refuse to tell us what I'm eating? What? No, 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 no. The that one I don't mind telling you. The number five is just a sub sandwich, right? Um, you don't really use consumable tiles, so it took efforts to unlock Sandy. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Eats the number five in a specific way. Damn it, I do. I actually do. So I don't eat sandwiches like I don't pick the sandwich up and take a bite out of the sandwich. It's cut in two, and I'll eat the bread, and then I'll eat like the meats, and then I'll eat the bottom part of the bread. I'm sorry, the meats, and then the cheese, and then the bottom parts of the bread. And then for the next half, I will take the bread top and I will put it to the side, and I will eat the meats, and then I will eat the bread top, and then I will eat the cheese, and then the bottom of the bread. So yeah, I'd kind of like to observe that. It's just somebody eating in a weird way, kind of. Yeah, like I'll take the meat and like roll it up and then like eat it. Like I don't know. I don't usually I don't like them all mushed up together. Yeah, it is layered eating because like there's multiple different kinds of meat and I'll eat each type of the meat first before going to the next layer. In the kindest way possible. But why get a sub then? Because I like all the parts of it. I just like them better when they're not together. Like those people that eat Kit Kats layer by layer. A little bit, mm-hmm. Kind of like how you love vegetables, fruits, but you hate salads. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really like when I get a plate of stuff, if there's stuff with like juices, I don't like the juices to like spread into my other things. And everybody's always like, oh, but you know, it's all going to end up in the same place mixed together. I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't end up in the same place mixed together in my mouth. and my mouth is the part that sends me the part like the information like, ooh, this is good or this is bad. You could be the sub. Because the flavors and textures, moisture levels combining just gets overwhelming. Yeah. Absolutely. And it's not like I cannot eat the sub sandwich bite by bite, and I have when I've been in like a hurry, but it has a much different flavor profile, and it's not what I usually look for. And when it all says it's all going to the same place, it's clearly never tasted. A lot of times they don't. They eat so fast they don't. Yeah. Bite by bite, bite by bite. Yeah. Bite by bite, bite by bite, bite by bite. You know, don't bite by bite. Chum 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 chum. Bite by bite. Wait, what? What is this? Why is this an asterisk? That didn't used to be an asterisk. What? Hang on a second. How did I? Where did I get that? Here. I just straight up deleted code somehow. You like the way they mix in your mouth, but you understand eating it the other way offers more consistency. Oftentimes, yeah. And sometimes, I'll be honest, like each of the pieces, right? Each of the pieces that'll be like the bread or the cheese or the meat or whatever. Sometimes the individual parts have different quality to them as well. Um, like sometimes the cheese tastes bad, right? And I just like will put it to the side and won't eat it, you know? Yeah, this is a jazz arrangement of Pig Step. Yeah, uh-huh. This is a jazz arrangement of Pig Step. Which, by the way, very funny, very funny. It's a jazz arrangement of Pig Step that somebody did, and they got Lena Raine to as like a guest artist to participate in this jazz arrangement of this song Pig Step that was originally written by Lena Raine. She is literally it's like a jazz arrangement of Pig Step featuring Lena Raine, and she's the one who wrote the fucking song in the first place. So funny. Lena Raine, she really is. Also, total cutie. Oh my god. In this video, she's like playing along and she looks she looks tired AF. Like she's half fallen asleep at the keyboard. Here, you enjoy the texture and flavor mixing, but you understand where I'm coming from. I did no, it's fine. It's fine. Like sometimes I do like the flavors and texture missing, but like mixing. But like I will eat my cereal and my milk separate. I don't like them touching and then getting mushy and tasting weird, you know? Like when people get Gianni to feature on Ultra Kill fan songs. Yeah, Oh, hey Solo, how you doing? Got to lurk in K stream. The super cute voice. K does have a super cute voice. She is wonderful to be around. You said today was a nightmare. What's going on? I think if you were to do that, you just go to the store and grab the pieces and eat it like charcuterie. That's kind of how I treat it, Kay. Yeah, that's kind of how I treat it. She looks fine. What do you mean she looks like she looks very sleepy at the end of it? If you get all the way to the end of it, she's just like kind of like just like what is it? Vibing in her pajamas, kind of like nod along. Yeah, I think she looks super cute. I'm like got a little bit of gender in to be bummer. Um, let's see, PiShock API. PiShock codes, user. Oh, look, I've written this right here. You see this? Absolutely, and she just fell asleep. Yeah, yeah. At first you thought it was a friend pranking you, so I played along, but no one signed you up for an online mistress? No, someone signed you up for an online. What? What do you mean, Solo? They can't do that. They can't do that. That sounds like either somebody extremely overstepping their boundaries or a scam of some kind. Yeah, Roar, you maybe don't want to watch that video because you'll have feelings. Your phone number has been getting weird messages. Hmm. How did that start? Was it like a wrong number or did they know who you were? When you first looked her up, you're lucky shocked by how old she is. Like all that sculling coming from nowhere. Reassuring in a way, like you could get someday you have to practice. Yeah, That's how practice works. I'm so sorry, Solo. That is extremely. These are a different name from yours. So if somebody just used like the wrong number, I would just make it clear, do not contact me any longer and block them. You know, I would just make it very clear, like, hey, you've got the wrong number. I'm not interested. Do not contact me again. Yeah, but that would be very frustrating. Very off-putting as well. Yeah. Guess it's more what you meant by why get it then. Wouldn't want to go to a restaurant for it. I mean, again, like the stuff that I get is a different quality than I could get from a store. So you already opened and skimmed. It's too late for you. Oh no, it is too late for you. Too late from the moment you were born. Your phone was left unattended at work. How would they have signed up? Even if your phone's left unattended at work, would they be able to get your phone number from it? Can you get your phone number from your own phone? Should not look 42, barely half that. Yeah. No. A supervisor saw those messages? Oh, well, like, again, why the fuck is your supervisor looking at your phone? It's not their business. Like, if you're on your phone, they can be like, get off your phone. They should never see the contents of your phone. Full stop. Context used to be constantly jealous of people for being very good at art at a young age. It's very easy to feel that way. Yeah. You can get your own phone number from your own phone. Okay, gotcha. Just on a cabinet left on for your book. But again, like your supervisor shouldn't have been going through your phone. You just if you find a phone, if you find a phone, you pick it up, you put it somewhere, and then if someone comes up and says, "I'm missing my phone," you go, "Is this yours?" You do not have to look at the phone to figure out whose it is. They will come find you. It does sound like a serious privacy violation. And also, again, it's not your supervisor's fucking business if you have an online mistress or not. If you did, like, it's not their business. No fucks given? No. Assert boundaries. Assert boundaries. That's not okay. I would be beyond upset. They will flame people for what? You hate construction, try to just work on their own rules, I guess. They'll flame people for what, though? Um, all of this is useless. All of this is useless, right? We might be able to just say, I don't care. We try to talk back, boom, boom, shit jobs for months until you quit and they don't pay you. It's not talking back. I don't know. If the job is that Is this your woodworking job? Is this your woodworking job where you do high quality projects for multi-millionaires? They're seriously gonna find somebody who can do the job better than you? I don't think so. You're in a subcontract? Man, I don't understand that. Small houses? Oh. Oh, fuck the small houses. um, you need the money as you need new eyewear. That's understandable. It's just like, I don't know. Again, not their business, and I don't know. If they found something that they didn't want to see, that's their fault. Um, Glasses, done in their time, and a set of glasses set you back. What do you mean $4,000? I don't think my glasses set me back $4,000, and I've got the worst eyesight of anyone I've ever met. You'd have to like eyesight mine my bad. That's really, really hard to believe. I don't know. That's wild. Body replacement part for 4K. I could get LASIK for 4K. Started a trade war with who makes your glasses. Oh, huh. Okay, so damage options as new shock options. Shock options. How do I want to do this? Let me think. Which of these options do I actually need? Half internal damage? No. Shock based on health? No. Warning vibration. Warning mode. Warning mode. So if warning mode, that'd be here? Is warning? Is warning? Warning? Is warning. Okay, command is warning. Gotcha. Is warning not equal to null and true? And then the warning is options dot warning mode. Okay. We could change that from options dot warning mode. Hmm. Glasses are a luxury good, so taxes through the roof. That's not a luxury good. Like shit, so you didn't leave the house today. That's okay, Watermelon. I hope you feel a little bit better. But yeah, if you're not feeling well, it's okay. Feeling this to the core, very understandable. Yep. Mom's gonna be pissed at you, you think? She's gonna be disappointed, which makes you feel bad. I mean, I don't know. If you're not feeling good, then it's not like you're gonna be able to do much if you did leave. Okay, so in order to do this, be a WebSocket client. Who do we actually... Client PiShock, right? PiShock. So it does the WebSocket client, does the HTTP client. This is basically just settings at this point, huh? Um, maybe I'm doing this wrong. If I comment this out, what happens? Fuck ton of errors. You did not leave the house yesterday or today, despite having some optional peer support stuff in your calendar. Aw. Still think you got scammed in some way? I think so too. I mean, your mom should maybe try being more compassionate, not known for having patience for parents. Yeah, I understand. Spent no money, even checked your bank, it's all safe. Yeah, like I said, it just, that one is weird. Trying to watch a video on subgenres of metal and you're genuinely losing your mind. Where did it go? Did you misput it? Metal is metal, yo? What's metal, yo? I haven't heard of that genre. Barely discernible from rock at times. I think it's very discernible from rock, right? Isn't it? You lost it in the guitar hole. What's the hole in a guitar called? It's not the goosey. What is it called? Hey Raz, welcome on in. How you doing? Yeah, yeah. Good to see you. Hi, hi. Welcome to Taxonomy. Wow. Can name 60 plus genres of metal? Yeah, like Solo does a lot of it. Been playing for 4 years and you don't know? Yeah, what's the hole in a guitar called, Raz? I know it's not the gussy. It deserves a special place in hell. Between a brown bear and a grizzly bear, both are bear. There's a big difference. Or there's a big difference. Yeah. One will eat you, and the other one will eat you in a different way. The sound box. Oh, it's the sound hole? G2C. G2C. Yeah, there you go. G2C. I guess goosey sounds like gooshy, which we like. Never mind. Not even gonna finish that. Not a sounding hole, no, Raz. Not everybody's comfortable with sounding, so let's not go there. No. Hmm. Whoever said the sound box, that's just the body. Maybe sound hole into the sound box. I don't know. Oh, Katsune, welcome on in. How you doing? The Nine Souls plugin? Yeah, uh-huh. Body, neck, fretboard, head. Went to try sounding, but lacking the equipment. Oh, wow, Silvern. Let's go. Yeah, we're making a little progress on it. We'll see. It's been annoying. Grizzly bear eats his prey. Ass first, is that what it feels is feeling for it? And brown bear neck is its efficient killer? I don't know if that's 100% true, but wow. Someone who likes metal a lot. There's so many different types of metal and rock. Like genuinely, you listen to Black Sabbath by Black Sabbath. Even though it isn't that much harder than rock, it really does feel so different tone, not rock at all. Gotcha. Let's see. It's on your electric, so it's hard to retune. Oh, I see. Differences between metal genres. Yeah, Plugin will surely go towards Wonderful Evil. Infected Mushroom? Yeah, just kind of a playlist of a whole bunch of different things. Keep starting to tell what's funny and what's TMI. It's okay, Silvern, but you know, if it has to do with like specifics of body parts, that's usually around the area of TMI. Um, Slam metal and you'll understand fast? Oh yeah. You're not the one confused by taxonomy here. That's true. Um, it's also a big overlap, especially for someone who's still kind of starting to get into it. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, we're doing the PiShock thing. I had to redo like all of the networking part of it, like the networking communication, and I had to borrow some code from somewhere that God, it's so much code that I had to like fix over the past few days. I've been just fixing up errors and trying to get it to the point where I can start integrating it with the code that I already have. Labels just labels. Yeah, you know. Baked you a pie? What flavor? Shock flavor? What? Yeah, C sharp. Actually in your ballpark for once? Nice. Yeah, it's really not that complicated, right? Other than all this other stuff, right? So from like a high level, from a high level, um, there's settings, which this looks ridiculous, right? There's settings here. This is all done through, um, it's called BeepNX, uh, BepNX. Unity and C sharp. That is exactly true. Yes. Uh-huh. So, you know, these are all configs through BepNX, and then we do some harmony patches. And other than that, it's just we've got a few different harmony patches here. We've got one for whenever you take damage, whenever you do an accurate parry, whenever you do an inaccurate parry, and whenever you die. And then we just kind of handle whenever those get raised in game. So we're just doing post fixes on a couple of different methods. The actual hooking into Nine Souls part is not that complicated. The whole sending commands using a WebSocket client in the right format to be received to then communicate with a shocker is the part that's causing me a headache. Primarily C++ dev, worked in C sharp before. Yeah, yeah. I used to do a little bit of C++ in college. I haven't done it in such a long time. The easiest big three would be Manhattan Grunge, Nu Metal, and Heavy Metal. There you go. Mr. Monopoly, Card, and Magic the Gathering. I hate Magic the Gathering more every time you bring it up. Yeah, Unity is in C sharp, which is why we're doing this for Nine Souls, because Nine Souls is in Unity, and that makes it super easy. Config's always the worst part of every project. It was a lot of typing, but it wasn't difficult. So it's just kind of annoying. Like the config here, each of these is an entry in a text file essentially, and it's what section it's in, what variable it's associated with, what a default value for it is, and then an explanation for like what the fuck you're supposed to put in there. So like an end user knows what they're actually doing. Um, and there's a lot of this, right? So like I've got it configurable so you can change which parts you're actually getting shocked on. So maybe you don't want to get shocked on parries, you only want to get shocked on deaths, right? You can configure that. Um, and then each of these is a separate configuration because I want it to be that maybe you want a strong shock for being killed and maybe only a light shock for missing a parry or something like that, right? So because there's so much flexibility in the configuration for the user, it just means you gotta type a shit ton of stuff. You gotta type so much stuff. Yeah. Thinking ahead? Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. I try to account for all the different situations that I can, and give as many options. I might do like randomization in the future. Like, hey, maybe do you want it to have a random duration or a random delay before shocking you? I don't want to get into the random yet because that's just extra. This is what happens. I always overscope. So when I was working on the butt plug IO mod for Silksong, the reason that it stalled out is because I was trying to do too many things, right? Um, I was just trying to do too much. And so I got stalled out when I just wasn't making the kind of progress that I was doing. I run into like a little bit of a wall. You need to update your OS? Oh, have fun with that. Also like things that are important to me is like just having the ability to turn off the mod, right? Just being able to turn off the mod because we are talking like this is a shocker mod. Like this is going to be able to cause like a physical reaction in a person that they may need to stop. And when working on the butt plug IO mod, um, I really kind of was like, it's important that when a user is doing things in these mods that involve like physical devices, they may be in a compromising position or something like that. They may need to stop the mod very quickly. And so, like on the Shocker mod, I've got it set up so that if you just like by default, it's the G key, right? But if you press the G key, it turns the mod off and will not turn it back on until you restart, like the game. Because if someone's getting shocked and they're not having a good time, they're in like a ton of pain, they need to just be able to like slam the keyboard, hand centers keyboard, and it turns off. You know, you're gonna procrastinate a while longer. You need to make a backup first. Also, very smart, very smart. Um, and it was surprising to me because all of the mods that I was looking at for references, for PiShock, they didn't have emergency stop options. Like they just didn't have a way of turning off the fucking mod, which is wild to me. And the only one that did that I found was the Final Fantasy 14 one, which is where we borrowed the majority of the WebSocket code from, because of course the Final Fantasy community did it like way too advanced. It's not even like a PiShock mod. It is a combined PiShock, a different shocker type, and butt plug IO with also the ability to like have your character get leashed to a place in game and like get shocked on like when you say things and like all sorts of stuff. You just take off the pod, it has a quick clip. I'm sure it does, right, Kay? I'm sure it does. But still, you should have layers of safety, right? It's just important, I think. Couple sensibly safety triggers. Yeah, exactly. Not saying this is good, but it seems that people assume that if you're using that mode, you want. They do, but the thing is, sometimes people sign up for too much, right? Like they get a little horny and they get a little stupid, right? And a button on the device. Yeah. Super smart and forward thinking. That's what I think, right? It didn't take me anything to just throw in a variable and then just have like a little check that's like, if it's turned on, don't do any. Like if the button's pressed, stop, right? Um, and that gives just, a third way for somebody to deal with it. And I know that like the device, you can just like pull it away from the skin a little bit or whatever. But like if you think about because again, I a lot of this was from like butt plug IO, right? Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. People get stupid when horny, some do. Yeah. Getting a bit horny and stupid, you would never. But like think about like DIY devices or, other sex toy devices, right? Sometimes you need them to stop for whatever reason. Like maybe there's a package at the door or something you got to go get, and you don't want your uh, nipple vibrators going while you open the door, right? Um, you know, it's nice to be able to just kind of stop it on a moment's notice, especially if you're already in like a compromised position or otherwise unable to do much with the mod. You hit the wrong key too often for that. Totally understandable. Which is again why it's the key is configurable for one, and two, most people are going to be playing Nine Souls with a controller. So Girl, swear we be on the same brain cell too often. Yeah, a little bit. Better have a shut off switch and regret it being so easy than to really need it and not have one. Exactly. And I mean, worst case scenario, they can just put it on like, I don't know, P. You're not going to be slapping P. What? I mean, God, that sounded weird. Oh, no. L? L's a letter we can use. You're not going to be slapping L during the middle of a gaming session with like a normal WAD, WASD, right? Oh no, ads. Hey, I can actually allow auto mods. No. Oh my gosh. Um, yeah, I had to reword that a couple times. When you said normally you'd be using a controller, I thought about coding for a second. Oh no. Hey Lele, welcome in. How you doing? Good to see you. Oh god, the temptation to make an account called Piss Slapper 67 or something was so high. Oh man. Y'all, how did I end up with this in my life? How am I like this? I don't know. 2 years ago, I was just an innocent little cinnamon roll. Oh my goodness. Anyways, I had to welcome back from ads, everybody. I had to change what I was saying because like slapping P sounded bad, but then I was like slapping O and like O's also like short for an orgasm, which is suspect whenever you're talking about butt plug IO. So like I had to change it to a different key. Anyway, something on the far left of the keyboard you're probably not going to hit on a standard like WASD. You like it like this? I find it enjoyable. I do. I do. I definitely do. Um, yeah. But again, sometimes I can still question how I got to this point in my life. Make it D on the WASD? I don't know that that's the best plan. Okay, I don't know. I could make it so that a key sends a shock. That would be easy to do if you're pressing a key to just like send a shock. But I don't think that's a good idea. What if you have extremely lubricated fingers and slipped and hit L? Exactly. Like that's the thing though. Like if you're covered in lube, you need to be able to like turn it off pretty quick, right? Because I don't know, your legs might be over your head and you might be covered in saran wrap and lube, and then someone's at the door and you're like, that's a package I have to sign for, right? Um, so you need to be able to like just turn it off easily without having to untangle yourself like that quickly, maybe. Well, and then the same every day. How you got here, not me. You're perfect. That's good. That's good. Everyone slapped D to stop. Careful, if you slap it too. Never mind. I'm not gonna finish that. You're innocent a month ago. You still can't comprehend how you got here headspace wise. You've never been happier and have been rated as someone and find a community. Yeah. So I can real yeah, that's my thought. My pizza's here and I'm looking like a lubed up plastic caterpillar. I need to stop these shocks. Exactly. Exactly. That way you can like throw a sheet on or something and open the door. Anyways, the point is the point is, if you open the door and someone's there and they're like, oh, and then like, your toy slips out, it's better if it slips out and it's not vibrating. That's the whole thing. It should be off. It's less embarrassing that way. So glad you tuned in for this. Yeah, yeah. I'm glad y'all are here too. Slowly been turning this way ever since starting watching K and knowing people in the community. Yep. It's I actually think that like I like being sex positive and I like being open about sex. And I think that is for me a better way to be. Because there was definitely a point in my life where I was not open or willing to talk about sex. And like sex is such a big part of the human experience. Like even as somebody who's ace, right? Like I still get horny and I still have like interactions with that aspect of being me. And I know that that's not true for like 100% of people, but the vast majority of people can. And even the people who don't experience that often like have some curiosity or some they need to be able to tell their story too, and a lot of times they need to be able to do so while using the terms that other people use, right? Um, but yeah, so like, um, I don't know. I think it's just better to be able to be like this. And it took me being around people who were really open and had no shame and probably a lack of boundaries for me to get to this point. But it was a very quick point when it happened, you know. Um, Free the shit out of that Beats guy. Their face would be so funny. No, that's a consent issue. That's a consent issue. Unfortunately, that's not okay. So, um, and me with BPS. What's BPS? If you have the equipment, I can make some recommendations on some stuff. You know, you can also just Google butt plug IO, and there's a whole list of devices. There's probably like 1,000 devices it supports. Anything from like just like a little itty bitty thing to like a full engine with multiple strokers. Don't tempt you in asking? Okay, then I won't. You don't have to. Like a mute button if you're listening to a jizz wheeling horror. It's important. Yeah, it is important. Yeah. This is a callback to earlier today from K's stream for those of you who might be confused about this. Bean Plap Simulator? I don't know, that's true. Although bean plapping sounds a lot better than fucking. That sounds hilarious. Like, yeah, so and so and I were bean plapping the other day. I don't know. Maybe we could make that a thing, you know? You'll take suggestion? Like I said, all you gotta do is Google butt plug IO and they'll have a whole list of devices supported by Interface Central, which is the middleman between like the butt plug IO code and whatever you're doing, like your device. And there's a whole list of devices. Like it's actually a bit overwhelming. It's amazing the creativity that we have when it comes to making those things. The ones that I have the most familiarity with, not from like personal experience, but like there was someone I knew that used Levins quite a bit. So I know more about Levins than probably a normal person should. Um, you ready to check that up? There you go. Okay, so this client PiShock is just too much. Yeah. Um, there's been this short on your YouTube front page for days now. 3D printed silicone tentacle that actually like this is bait. It's too obvious. Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. You should watch it though. I just realized. One second. There we go. Let's put that content classification on there. Yeah, Levins has been really solid from what I've seen of it and what I've like interacted with it tangentially. Um, they got decent products. They connect really easily. They are pretty ubiquitous. New? What's up? What's up, Amy Doll? Watch that one. It's actually neat. Oh, really? Interesting. Did you all have the same YouTube recommendations? That's kind of cute. It's kind of cute. Um, but yeah, like I had to look into like a bunch of Levin stuff for reasons, like connectivity and like how to connect it with uh the sites and stuff. UK block me from watching your stream now? Oh no, unless you share a face of your age verification. Damn. Let me think here. I mean, because this is an 18 plus stream. Fuck. And I should have it if we're talking about sex. So, if I don't have it on, if I don't have it on, that's a problem. And otherwise, we'd have to move the conversation away from this. Let me think here. Hmm. Yeah, I think I gotta like. I think it's best if I leave it on. I know you probably can't hear me, Emmy, so. All right, there we go. Surveillance purpose, yeah. Hi, Sky. Welcome on in. How you doing? Um, yeah. Did we have anything else we wanted to talk about with this? Because like, um, otherwise we can like change the subject. And Sky, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Because we change the subject, I can take it back. I can take that off. Like this, what we're doing here on code is not explicit. The air chamber tentacle arms used in robotics. Delta movement by inflating 3 chambers in a full circular. Ooh, move on for sure. Don't worry about it. Okay. Strange just felt the sudden urge to get your own copy of Nine Souls. Really? Seeing that Interface Central has special settings for love ints because it's less supported or consistent, or is it better? Special settings? Which special settings would that be? Which ones? Trying to remember. You can move on to let everyone watch. I mean, I like the conversation. I just want everyone to be able to participate, and it's the UK that's kind of getting in the way with that. Um, yeah. So, which settings do you mean, Guillaume? And when you try to hide it. Not sure how to say read settings with Levins in the setting title. Um, I don't know. Maybe. It's been a little bit since I looked at it. It wasn't something that really came up that much whenever. Wasn't something that came up that much whenever I was doing it. I'm trying to think what settings they would be specifically. It might just be that it interfaces with stuff like there are certain integrations with certain websites that you can use Levins with, and it might be that Interface Central can interface with uh, those things. That might be my guess on there. Let's see. Plugin null. Okay, this is just a bunch of like plugin PiShock codes clear. Plugin null. PiShock codes add. Plugin PiShock codes add. Hmm. So I don't know that I'm going to do this right now, but here's what I'm thinking about. So this Nine Souls Shock plugin that we're using is very specific to Nine Souls, right? And if possible, I'd like that to be like the top level thing because that's what we were doing. So I'd like to have like the Nine Souls plugin should have an instance of the client PiShock, and client PiShock references the plugin itself, right? Which is all these instances. Now this is fine, but like so this is a nine souls shock plugin. I think that I'd like to change this to like a generic base plugin, and then nine souls would inherit the base plugin, and that would allow the base plugin to have like the shockers as part of it, right? And certain settings as part of it. But then the Nine Souls could be like specific to the game. And then in the future, if there was another game that I wanted to add shock support to, I'd be able to do that. I think that that is a smart thing to do, right? But I also think it's like a shit ton of work right now and already taking up too much time trying to get these things done. So we're going to go with it as it is right now, is what I think what's going to happen. Hey, Roar. Thank you so much for the stretch and hydrate. You get a free setup as well. Also, it looks like we probably have moved on, so well, we can go ahead and take that off there, though. There we go. Sorry, Emmy. Emmy, you should be back. Hi, Emmy. Are you back? Let me know if it's working. Let me know if it's working, Emmy. Sorry. Um, Stretch and hydrate. Here's your hydrate. Okay, thank you so much for that. I'm sorry. Like I said, it's pretty important to get those content labels right, and I don't want anybody to get kicked out. And it's just such a terrible situation with the UK and like the authentication you got to go through because we all know that it's not safe, right, to give all that data to these companies. What's this called? Client. No. What? Hang on a second. Does this not have a? It has a constructor, right? This. This is a constructor, right? Yes. I can't just leave it. Oh wait, never mind. Huh? What namespace are you in? You're in the. Oh, of course. I had the wrong namespace there. Rather not give them your face. I'd rather you not give them their face. Totally not data broker, subcontractor, not storing your personal details. It's not even that. It's like, I mean, it is that also, but like it's super, what's the word? Insecure? Like Discord had a breach a while back with identification information. Oh, did that work right or not? I think that worked right. Okay. Steam implemented by having you provide a credit card, which feels less intrusive since you're already paying for stuff. Yeah, that's one way of doing it. Like theoretically, children won't have credit cards, right? This is a public class, right? Did I type it wrong? Oh, it's got no. That is weird. It honestly bothers me that that's not capitalized, but I guess we'll go with it. It's fine. Okay, we need to go and initialize this down here. The same folks who pushed for market freedom is important. Now pushing for mandatory surveillance, so incredibly transparent lies for short-term benefit of the few. Yep. Libertarians, not even once. Gotta have a bunch of pictures of standby with you. The Snapchat old filter. Oh my gosh. Okay. So that gives us this information. Okay. And then setup. Yeah. Do we need to do setup? We probably need to do setup. I don't think that's called anywhere else. Connect WebSocket. Ah, there we go. Okay. So in that case, hmm? Right, because they're all asynchronous. Oh, God. I don't know how to do any of this. How do I do this again? I'm still really new to stuff like this. Task.run. Okay. Is this not right? Come on now. Did the music stop? Yes, I'm still watching. Oh boy. Okay. Um, let's see if we can find a different example of this. Here's task delay. So connect is an await there. Why is it not just letting me do this? Kind of Linux at all? No, I've used very little Linux in my life, so I wouldn't say that I am a fan of it or anything like that. I used oh. Oh, you're wanting me to make I don't think I can do that. Um okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Completely fair, not everyone's cup of tea. That's true. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. That's about it though. Like like I said, I've used it before. I had to use it for like work and it was mainly work. A couple different versions used Red Hat and CentOS, which is a version of Red Hat, and then also connected to, I don't really remember what it was, but something. Love for Linux, still not good for the average home user, hopefully better soon. That's what a lot of people think. Yeah, a lot of people do feel like it's getting that way. YouTube nonstop extensions lapse. I don't like putting extensions on my computer. I just don't. Hmm. Let's see. Confident the Steam frame and Steam machine will be a huge push towards game compatibility and stuff. I hope so. I do hope so. Once again, I've got this wrong. Let's see. What do you mean async can't be found? Here we go. Yeah. We're getting to the await part. Chill out. Steam Deck has by extension made Linux gaming so much easier. Yeah. I think that a lot of people are on the lookout for that sort of thing. And I think it's good too. It's good to have more options. Connect a web socket. Sure. Okay, let me go look what their code is actually doing over here. It's gonna be here. I've had to get way too familiar with this code, y'all. It's automated a lot of what has to be done before if you use Steam to download by launch. That makes sense. Yeah. Plugin interface, sure. Oh, what the heck is that even doing? You go client PiShock. There we go. New client PiShock. Yes. And then configuration initialize. Makes sense. This should be an awaited task. It's not. Wait. Okay, so they're actually doing setup first. Okay, so just, oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so they call setup and then that's it. Okay, so setup should be what we need to call in order to make that work. Back from jail. Welcome back. Welcome back. Open source my stuff. I write up. Love to see us once you feel it's ready for sharing. I haven't finished anything to like actually do that with, but like it would be nice to be able to do that. Yeah. Okay. In that case, we can just move this here because that's set up. We can just delete this. Okay. So we call client PiShock and it goes to setup. Setup calls these. The idea was always to like put it out there for people to find. So yeah, like I don't mind doing that at all. And again, like all of this code is practically stolen from somebody else. So like what I'm doing here is really nothing special. A lot of the work has already been done for me. I'm doing the annoying part of making two things that were not supposed to work together work together. Okay, calls setup all data and then connect WebSocket. So connect WebSocket does setup. So it can run itself. It's recursive if necessary. Gotcha. And then also set up all data, request account information, request personal devices, request shared devices. Account information. Okay, so it gets the result and then... Oh, here's the try block. Gotcha. Just splits. Okay. And then request personal devices. Sorry again, because this is not my original code. I'm having to go through and like figure out what they're trying to do. Share devices, personal devices. Okay. So all of these are basically the same. They just parse the results a little bit differently. Okay, yeah. Hey, the fantastic Loki. Welcome on in. Your title encapsulates exactly how you feel every time you work on your server or game client. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how it feels sometimes. It's just, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just making other people's stuff work. Um, Can I eat? Lovely running into you. Yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hope you get some wonderful sleep, all right? Run into minimal bugs? Impossible. Impossible. You love drawing while listening to shuffle music? Like if you just listen to bullshit, if it isn't traumatic, yeah, yeah. But yeah, night night, get some good sleep. Okay, and then send request creates the WebSocket. Okay, warning options. We gotta figure that out. Warn mode. This calls the command publish, which we should never have to access directly. You just released a massive update to your server, and now you're dealing with the bugs that come with a poorly tested system that touches nearly every corner of the code base. No. Oh, that is the worst. Yeah, this project got completely out of proportion. Um, like, so originally I had Nine Souls Shock plugin and then the Harmony patches to be able to hook into the game. And I had a very simple API to be able to talk to the Shock devices. And I had all of that set up and working and configured and doing what, like, as much as I could possibly do without physically testing it with a device. And I handed it off to somebody to do the physical testing, the initial physical testing, and it didn't work. And after troubleshooting it for a while, I found out that it was targeting an older API version, which is no longer valid. And I had to find a new version of the API, which I did, except the problem is I found it in a Final Fantasy XIV mod that has, it's so complex. Like there's so much in this mod. Um, like WebSocket client, shock options, response, command publish, client PiShock, Shocker PiShock, and Shocker base. That is all code that I had to import from their stuff in order to make it work. Because they've got it set up in order to do like PiShock, OpenShock, buttplug IO, along with like a whole variety of like other commands and things that they do that all like tie in with Final Fantasy. And it's like this whole complicated thing with like a whole login and authentication process. I'm like, I don't need all of that. I just need this API to work. But they went through and they wrote their own custom WebSocket client and like the ability to speak with it and like all these other custom things that I had to figure out because they designed it so that your shock options and your WebSocket client and everything can just talk to OpenShock or PiShock regardless of what, like it doesn't matter which one it is. It's just like a generic way of speaking to them. So they like went crazy with it. That's how you felt whenever you wanted to have a native implementation of seasons instead of nuking the database every couple months. Then you ended up pushing 60K lines of code to your staging branch at one. Yep. Request extension, immediately lose all ability to continue working on the thing until the due date is only a day away. No, Watermelon. The executive dysfunction is brutal. I'm so sorry. I've been there. I've been there, I have. So if we set up our client here, then we should be able to dot send request, right? And if we send request, it uses the shock options, the shock options. That just works. Is it going to be that easy? There's no way it's going to be this easy, right? Like, there's no way it's going to be that easy. Okay, we don't need to change. Update, that's fine. Undo damage. Yeah, like we can simplify so much of my code here. Gradients, yeah. Let's see. One second, y'all. Roar, could you, if you're listening, I don't have Discord pulled up right now, so it's not really easy for me to do. If you could just put spoilers around that video, Crassitator would like it. Maybe just like a content warning. Yeah, do you think you could just like do that? I'd do it myself if I had my full Discord pulled up. You can't do crap on mobile. Thank you so much. There you go. Lighter shell gradients. Gotcha. Hey, Jinxie, welcome on in. How you doing? How you doing? Here you are, overhauling yet another system on the server, already sitting at 12,000 lines of code, adding in what you've uncommitted. All you wanted was a more digestible and robust command system instead of dealing with a singular 3K line file. I mean, reasonable. Reasonable to want that. Okay, Binger, let me take a look here. Oh my gosh. You're working really hard on that. No, you're fine. You're fine, Aurora. I can understand why. I can understand why you didn't think that it might need it, but sometimes people just, you know, certain things are not triggering for them for whatever reason it might be. So thank you so much for helping me out with that. I appreciate it. Okay, so we can actually just simplify so much of this. 1 million years dungeon? Ah, no, no, no. Light sentence, you're fine. Okay, so we can remove this. God, deduplicating this code feels so good. I should have thought about this ahead of time. It's like, why am I doing it this way? Of course, this was not my code originally either. So I think I can actually do this too. There would be no lights in this cell. They're good. Sometimes lights are overstimulating. I'm trying to compile Pokemon Sun and Moon for PC. While that's compiling, you're also reversing one of your favorite mobile games that you can't play anymore due to it not being supported on Android 15. So you're just making a PC fan port. Nice. What's the mobile game? So we can do that. Deduplicate this. Deduplicate this. Called Hexonia. Oh, I've never actually heard of that. I'm not big on like the mobile game space, so it's not too surprising that I haven't heard of it. Um, what's it about? It's got the word hex in it, so that's already interesting because I like hex-based games often. Okay. Turn-based strategy game with low poly models and units. Oh, see, that's why I said I like. That's why I said I'd like games that have hexes in them because usually they're like tactics and strategy. Look up the names, scroll down the images. Ballistic underwear. Oh, something you're not telling us, Jinxie. You no idea about that? I don't either. Fun fact, drinking water won't fix my problems, but being dehydrated will definitely make it worse. I'm pretty dehydrated right now, so I think you're right. Welcome in. I need a glass. Oh, excuse me. I need glass of water. Thank you so much for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Let me get that done for you here. You just like stopping by and making people drink for you? Until we meet again, thank you so much for the hydrate. Let me do the stretch as well. Stretch by a glass of water. I've been stretched by a glass of water just now. It's a strategy game, so you gotta look the part. Oof. Good stretch. Today's been a day. Oh, I'm sorry, Raz. You're. The weekend's coming. The weekend's coming. Um, VLC just played Census Designated as you were starting to think about the character's depressing backstory. It's better than algorithmic shuffle. Oh, yeah? Gang's like that guy who crashes IRL live streams, give him a Dr. Pepper, I guess. But it's just water? Yeah. But she's so lucky to have a voice like that. I'm on my showbiz everyday nonsense. What? This song is so good? Yeah, this song is really good. This is like, I legit do not know if this artist has ever done anything else or if it's just this song or like what. It's Grace Hayes, Strawberry. I mean, as soon as I can type in OBS, OBS, please, please, OBS. Yeah, I like it. I like it. My only complaint about that song is that I just wish it was a little bit longer because it is a nice song. The game plays a lot like Polytopia, but it's so much better and the controls are intuitive. But out of nowhere, the company behind it just went poof, no more updates, no more info on them anymore. That's mobile games, you know? It's just mobile games. They make their first like, I don't know, 6 million or something, they disappear and then probably just get started up as another company and make more money. Just how it goes. Polytopia got a Steam port, nice. Let me think here. Actually, client PiShock. What does this one take? Send request options. All it takes is options. Which means I probably ought to move the helper functions into here for taking the shockers. Because I don't need this anymore? No. So what we're doing there is basically calculating the current intensity. That's the only thing we care about, right? We pass on the options. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I think this is coming together, actually. I'm gonna just comment out like a lot of this code, actually. Each of the shockers in picked encodes. So it goes through each of them, and if it's not set to active, skip it. If that's not... Why did they do 2 arrays here? I mean, I guess... Sure. Create the new shock request. If it's set to vibrate only... Hmm. So yeah, I think this doesn't matter. You want to play this game again so bad? I think that the game only has about 300 CS files. Oh my goodness. That's a few. It's not as many as it could be, but that is a few. Okay, and this can go into shock options as helpers. Oh, let's see. One cat is still in the curled up position from 2 hours ago, and the other is all over the floor, as one does. Random index, random. Why? Why is it like that? Did they declare? They did. Why did they do that? Hmm. That's fine. Okay, so shock options can have this down here. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oops. Man, I am all over the place tonight. So we can remove these as well. Oh, this is some butchery, y'all. This is some butchery. All over the place, not on you. How Aquarius. Yeah? Going back to lurking? Thank you for lurking, Bingo. Yeah, we don't need these codes. Oh my goodness. If this works. Yo, did we... No, we still need to do some work with this. We have no errors currently. Which is amazing. Honestly amazing. Okay, what do I need to do now? Um, okay, now this is fine, right? Because then we would call send request check options. Because we can handle the health and all these other things. Yeah, okay. So in that case, what if we just... Perfunia, thank you so much for the 100 bits. You're gonna lurk? Thank you so much for lurking. I appreciate it. And there's no option. And this is for damage options. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, whoops. We should probably put these inside the right parentheses. Because I just set it up so that you'd get the shit shocked out of you, regardless of whether it was enabled or not. And that's probably not the best thing to do. So damage options, accurate parry options. This is inaccurate. Wow, I actually have this. Wonder if there's anywhere else I messed that up. So our capitalization is off here. No, it's got insert toggled on. Did death, shotgun value death. Oh, that's a better way to do it, huh? One second. The kitty cat wants out of the room. Give me just 1 minute and I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Thank you for waiting. Oh, come on, baby. Come here, baby. Hi, pretty boy. Hi. Hi, Peppy. Hey, sweet, sweet. Yeah. You gonna purr? All right, yeah. You just do some purring for me, huh? He's up on my lap. He's giving me some purrs. Welcome back. Thank you. I weirdly, I think that we're closer to being done than I thought we were. Like, there's still quite a bit of work to do. I've got to edit some things around, and oh my god, my arm. I've got sensory issues right now for some reason on that arm. Um, I gotta like change some things around, sure, but hey, Alina, welcome in. How are you doing? Yeah, it's like it's coming together better than I thought it would. This is probably a better way of doing that. And then we can shift tab. You think your will is breaking? No, what's going on? Unless you want your will to be broken, in which case, good, I guess. Is that a good thing? Hey, Derek MK, how you doing? Luck on the API from hell? Yeah, I'm working on it. The clicker's getting to you? Well, the good news is I don't have a clicker here, so I can't torment you with that. Um, the bad news is that if I need to, I can click with my fingers pretty strong, so that might do kind of the same thing. I don't really know. You'll have to let me know. I have been thinking about getting a clicker though. Um, Maybe I should. I don't know. Your game has a clicker plugin? Oh my goodness. Which one? I think that would be easy to add in the same kind of way that I'm doing some of these other things. Like you just need to like a sound and play like a sound. I think it would be totally doable. Is it the RuneScape OSRS? Because I know that a lot of people are playing that one now. Mm, is this right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, if it's working for you, it's working for you, right? Do you feel like it's making you more efficient, better at the game, more excited to play? In which case, good, right? But yeah, we're making some pretty good progress on this. It has been uh, this has been a complete nightmare having to get things swapped over. But we've gotten all of the errors. We've gotten all of the errors. What? Gotten all of the errors taken out, which is good. You don't know? Well, if it's making it more difficult for you, maybe that's not the best. Okie dokie. You're scared? Kitty, owie, owie, you're hurting me. Just worried that maybe like you'll get sucked into RuneScape and all you can do is play RuneScape. Just keep leveling up. Just keep leveling up and hoping for the next time you get in like a click. Just a little bit of a reward. Just a little bit of feedback letting you know you're doing a good job. Because you are doing a good job. I just want you to know that you're doing a good job. Click. You're doing a good job. Click. You're doing a good job. Click. Submit C question. Michael says, calm is one of my favorite words. He kind of is, yeah. You love how it's so difficult for you to list out your favorite songs, but when that song comes on, you just get hit with a soul load of dopamine and start gritting and clapping your hands. Yeah, there you go. Whimper. Yep, that's how it goes. Train while talking about training. Yeah. Okay. Kitty, please. Your little murder biscuits hurt so bad. Oh, I see what you mean, Vingu, because the artist of the song is Train. Gotcha. It is kind of funny. Okay. So we can move this here. This may be too much gradient, but you like gradient? Yeah. Could be worse. Could have the clicker plug in the league. I mean, Either way, you're getting the reward you crave. There's some people who did that and it's fascinating. Yeah. Okay, so I could just like take these and copy that, but I don't want to. That's what Lyris was up to. I did see that Lyris got sucked into playing OSRS as well. I was like, Ash is absolutely ridiculous with like sucking people into this thing. That hyper fixation and joy she gets from it, um, is obviously quite contagious. And I get it, you know. Maybe next one you don't have a membership yet. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Oh my gosh, I gotta take this jacket off. It's killing me. Is that ingredient? I'll take a look at it here in a little bit. Influencer marketing at its finest. I mean, I don't think you can really blame RuneScape for influencer marketing. I don't think that's Ashena's goal either. Although I'm sure it would be lovely if she could get sponsored by them. You can and will, yeah. Zipper.mp3? A sound? Oh, you heard the zipper. I see. What? Thing is, I can barely tell that that's a gradient. My phone doesn't have the color density to show it to me. It just looks like it's a solid green. You're doing a good job on it though. Yeah, you like the zipper? Sorry. This one right here. That zipper. Unzips it. It's just the perfect zipper sound. Yeah. It's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one. The noise reduction is probably like killing it a little bit. And the fact that uh, I've got what is it? The sound gate means that I gotta be talking while I'm doing it. So yeah, I wear a lot of like fleece jackets. I have a very particular way I like them to be. And they got a zipper on them. But right now, my body is telling me that I don't want to be touched by that piece of clothing. And yeah, sucks. Hey, you. Hey, you're eating my thing? Hey, you goober boober. You'd say something to be sussy, but you're on the wrong side of the switch. Uh, Go up unzipping? I'm not unzipping my jacket right here. I'm gonna have to take it off. God damn it, this is how I always end up naked. The training is working. Okay, so what we can do here then is shotgun value. Hey, hey, do not eat my hair. Especially not while it's still on my head. Ow. Shut up, baka. Niji, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Hi. Welcome. How are you doing? Are you gravy? Are you gravy? Are you gravy? No, that would be soon. Soon, not Yand. Fingu. Alina has not yet killed a rival in love or something. Who I'm getting trained? Alina, right now. Oh, you're not gravy? Oh. Little glomps to you too, Niji. I hope your sleepover's still going well. Okie dokie. So, This right here, we can cut. Because they're always going to do one of those two, yes. And then shock based on health value. That I know of. Sundere, Yandere, how about you do your laundere? You think? What about Kudere? What do y'all think about Kudere? Ow. You want kibbles? No way. No way. I'm actually kind of glad that I'm going through and refactoring this. It's been a lot of work, but this is such this code is much more usable. Too much about them being called one feels cringe as fuck. Totally understandable. Yep. Kitty never want kibble. Just this once. Kitty always wants kibble. Anytime he wants my attention, it's because he hungry. He hungry. Okay, so what we can do here is repurpose this into that. Yeah, we'll just call it a safety check. And then we can just run safety check on each of these. Uh, no, wait, hang on a second. It's making you react. No. Async. This doesn't need to be async. Not all codes return a value? What are you talking about? Oh, right. Actually, on PC now, so you can read the code on screen. Well, that's good. Nice. That's a lot of commented code. Oh, yeah. The commented shit is stuff that we're probably not going to use anymore. I had to, like, cut a lot of stuff and fix a lot of things. So, um, oh, that being said, I do comment my code pretty thoroughly. There's about one line of comments for every line of code on the stuff that I work on. Like the stuff that I've imported here, this has fucking no comments on it, so you don't know what it's doing. My comments, I want people to be able to read. I want people to be able to read the code or the comments, and it just tells you what it does, even if you don't know what code is. So it's a Fat Rat song. Forgot the name. Unity, I think. Windfall. Sorry. There's Unity, Windfall, and Monody on this playlist, if I remember correctly. The commented code, though, is useless. I'm keeping it around for now in case I need to revert things. That's all. It will be cleaned up later. I code messy. You love that you've had a winning build from the floor 3. You picked the wrong final boss, and that's impossible to beat. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Or okay, it sends false if it's not safe. The Weatherman, yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Sebdison, do I have experience with Specmatic? No, I do not. Sorry. You like this song because there was a gun variant in Infinite Warframe with the same name. Oh, that's interesting. What's Infinite Warfare? Oh. Your brain put Alina's username to your message, trying hard to figure out what OS Rust bosses was talking about. Yeah. Stupid black and yellow salamander that makes your tiles worth 9 less points. It's it's a racism thing. Roar. Hey, flying chainsaws, welcome on in. What about manipulation of an API specification to use string format instead of UUID? Nope, sorry. I'm barely struggling through with serializing JSONs. Your favorite shanty is from Warframe? Yeah. You hear about the shit show of a remake of Assassin's Creed Black Flag? Nope. It was 2 words together, Roar, if you need to know. Happy fox noises. Anyone in chat? In really deep? Can't figure it out? I probably not. Most people don't know what I'm doing either. Sleeping in the cold below is a banger. Oh. Stripped it from the DLC and the multiplayer? Wait, you mean in the remake they took the DLC and the multiplayer out? That is a wild decision. That is a wild decision. Why would you do that? So this is, if this is false, yeah, good to see you as well. If this is false, why is my brain not working? Thinking about getting that? Oh, that is a bummer to hear then. Okay, if it's false, if we are not shocking on Perry, then it's true and we escape. If it is not safe, then it's true and we escape. Yes. Okay. Your brain going that you're not trans and then going da 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 da. And whenever you see or hear your name, oh, that's really sweet. I love that. That is the kind of affirming things that, like, I love to hear about, right? Like, that is the best, right? Okay. Inaccurate parry. So if we have done the death, if we're not shocking on death, and if we're not safe, yeah. Ubisoft can't score the easiest win ever. Yeah, they. I don't have any faith in Ubisoft. I never really did, but they haven't done anything to change that either. So outside affirmations are good. They really are. They really, really are. Like, believe it or not, y'all help me with that a lot too. Just treating me like me is a huge deal for helping me realize that, like, I'm not crazy and it's nice to not be crazy. Goodness, Bingus. Oh, snail slappies. All right, we can do that. Here, let me make sure the kitty cat's not around. Here we go. There you go. You got an extra good one because you redeemed some a while back that I never gave you. So there you go. It's a beautiful name. It is. I like the name Alina. I'm really partial to names that end like in the A sound. Ah, there we go. It's good. This chair is so bad, y'all. Self care positivity. There's an Alina in OSRS. Well, I mean, she's playing it right now. She's playing OSRS right now. Who else slapping it? Me. The old squeaky creaky. Yes. There's two Alinas in OSRS. I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. Um, positivity is that. Okay, the positivity. I'm gonna have to be a little vague on this one, but today at therapy, while I was talking through some issues and things, I realized that so there's something that I've been going through, right? Um, there's something that I had been going through for a while, several months now, and I realized that now it feels like something that happened to me instead of something that is currently happening to me. And I think that that is a really big in terms of like healing from it and things like that. So, yay for moving on and healing some. That. Crossing the threshold, kind of. Yeah. It's something that I can now, like, instead of feeling like I'm stuck in that moment, it's something I can look back on and, like, process. Okie dokie. So we're doing those checks there. That's fine. Max damage shock is. We can move this based on damage value, right? Yes. And then this one. Sounds great. Yeah, yeah. Gonna restart PC, see if it helps. I hope it does. Yeah. Grady got fucked up. Sorry to hear that. Your work for today's done, so you're just gonna leave it here. Makes sense. Speaking of cute, nice names. Yeah, Ruby's got a cute, nice name. I love Roar's name. It's such a I don't know, like ever since I discovered Roar, I was like, that's a cute little name. I've actually thought that like ever since I found your YouTube videos, by the way. Before we met. So this will be dot current intensity equals max health shock. There we go. There we go. Oops. Warg? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course. Yeah, I still remember finding your okay, we can actually remove this safety check here. I remember finding your anode heart video on menu walking. Meow, what? Who's the cutest in chat and why is it Roar? I don't know that it is Roar, but I think it very well might be Roar. There's a very, very strong argument for that case. You know? Being cute fixed you? I'm glad. I'm glad. But I don't know. There's so many cuties, and you're all cute in different ways, I tell ya. So I don't know that I can say that there is an objective first place cutie because you're all first place to me. You're all first place. Do this instead here. Whatever. We'll just do this. Oh my. Okay, okay. You're evil? Hmm. Do not support this sort of ranking system? That's right. That's right. You're sure the cutest one. Alright, Jinxie. Send me your message. We'll see if I'll get that done. Hey, Raz. Whoa. Whoa. You're a cutie too, you know. Another positivity. I just did one. I just did one flying chainsaws. Why are you doing this to me? Um, uh, I think that my positivity is that I've worked really hard on this mod, and it's been a good opportunity to improve myself and work on getting back into coding. And despite the struggles, I think it has been a good learning experience. And I think that also I'll be able to use some of this work in the future that I need to. This is the stream with the positivity redeem. It sure is. The stream with the redeem. Okay. All right, let me see this message here, Jinxie. Oh my god, it's so long. Oh, we gotta set a limit on some of these. We gotta set a limit on how long some of these line reads are. I'm only gonna be able to read this one once for you, because reading through it twice is gonna be like a lot. Unless I like literally stutter on it. So give me a second here. Kept it under 500 characters. I've written a short story in less than 500 characters. Um, okay, let's see here. Yeah, let me mute. Let me run through this. Let me get it right. Um, I'll be back in just a second. Okay, okay, let's see if I can do this here. Warning, this product contains small parts, sharp edges, and moving components. Improper use may result in injury, embarrassment, or spontaneous combustion. Do not expose to fire, excessive moisture, direct sunlight, or direct moonlight. Keep away from children, pets, raccoons, or amateur electricians. If the product begins emitting smoke, unusual noises, or whispering, discontinue immediately and contact support. Do not acknowledge the whispering. It feeds on validation. Something like that. Did I kind of nail it like the pharmacy ads do? I got every word in there right except the and before amateur. I said or instead of and. But yeah, there you go. I'll have to go clip that later and do that. So, um, beautiful. Yeah. Well, glad my mouth can be put to good use by y'all. So that's great. What was I working on? Clip? Oh yeah. Well, that works too. Wait, which part are you clipping? There's a cooldown on the positivity. There is. There is. Since I implemented it though, um, since I implemented it, I've had over 200 of them redeemed, which is a lot. That is a lot of having to be nice to myself. You had driven like 3 times. Your first text was 1,500. Yeah, that is way too many. You know, you just heard it's a thing. It is a thing. It is. It helps me out. Hey Noir, what's up? How you doing? What's shocking? Hopefully, not the person using this because they are good at parrying and they take no damage and they beat Nine Souls hitless on their first try. Otherwise, sucks to be them. Sucks to be them. Mm. Okay, so we can take this and put it here. Just go hitless on your first try on uh, one of the most challenging games that you can try to do that on. So this is inaccurate parry options. Equals max health shot? Yes. Okay. Equals max damage shock. Your disc says just 9 bites free. We cooked, we cooked. You are potentially cooked. It's true. How many times have I tested this so far? None. I don't know who would ever put themselves through that, you say, knowing who would put themselves through that. Honestly, the list of people who are interested in playing Nine Souls is increasing because of this mod. 0? Letters do close, yep. You're well, you had lunch about an hour ago. It's egg cooking hot, and you're sitting enjoying mangoes and staring at the swamp cooler. The man goes. 99.9% cooked, 100% cooked. So funny. You need a clear space now? You do. You know, there's actually a funny story about that. There are some devices that if they get 100% full, you physically cannot turn them on and you are not able to use them, including some enterprise class data devices. And customers who fill them up get a rude awakening, a very, very rude awakening, when their entire company goes down because they didn't keep an eye on how much free space they had. You know? Amazon recommended purchase of a shot collar. A bunch of video games. Yeah, yeah. You also played Nine Souls because Kay struggled against someone, and you wanted to prove yourself better. Sure. These here do this. Um, no spoilers. That's right. It's okay. But like, just do keep it in mind. Even a name can be a little spoiler for some people. Sometimes you strive for too much detail, I've noticed. We want to set our death options dot current intensity equals max intensity. Uh, Max death intensity death. Okay, what is it? It's death intensity. What am I doing? What am I doing wrong here? Noir, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Shell is perchance done. You can't just say perchance, Bingus. You're gonna go now. Lunch plus done with task. Night night, Silver, and you have a good day. Actually have 0 bytes. All right. Good luck with that. 10 files, Jack downloads. Good options. Good options. When you get hit. Ooh, no, hang on. Maybe this is instead. Hmm. Derek, why? Why would you do this to me? Hey, it's so mean. You need to do the eye stalks, finish up shading, clean up a few things. That's for later. Sounds good. Search in your Windows thingy, disk cleanup. Can you suggest music? Not right now. I'll be honest, my computer's pretty bad, and running Visual Studio at the same time as streaming and playing music, like literally trying to alt tab and change the songs is terrible. And I'd have to do it like manually. Um, this is just an int, right? What if we just set this to like 0? Perfect. Shock options. Current intensity equals depth options dot max intensity. What was this saying? This was where my ears? Oh, right. Here we go. I'll get to that positivity in just a second. And then this one needs to be here. But yeah, Jinxie, you asked how many times I've tested this. I tested the original code, and it didn't communicate with the PiShock servers, although the rest of it worked. But this right here, I have not yet built this, and I have not yet tried using it. Dang, Bingus, that turned out really well. Holy cow. Yo, you killed that. Like, actually, that was amazing. Model's really cute. You can't reuse that? Well, thank you. Thank you. I think it's really cute too. I like it a lot. It's I don't know, when I first started streaming, I didn't have a model or anything, and it was fine. Like, people would show up and everything. Yeah, your ratings were amazing, Bingus. Um, and it was fine. But then I got the model, And ever since then, I'm just like, I don't know, I really identify with it a lot, which is nice. And it feels wrong when it's not there. And I have to take it off for some games, like playing Sekiro and stuff like that. I just can't run Sekiro with the model. Um, I don't know. It feels like I'm missing something when that happens. So I think it's nice. I really do like it. Yeah. I'd like to get to the point where I could use it as a live 2D model one day in like VTube Studio, but unfortunately my computer really can't handle that. My phone can't handle that. My computer can't handle it. My router can't handle it. So damn, it doesn't work. Um, what's your logic? Teach me how is it going to read a hit like reduction in HP or the hurt box getting activated or something else? Yeah, yeah. So the way that we handle this, and Kitty Cat wants food. I'm gonna have to like step away and give him food here in a little bit. Decross the Fox, I really appreciate that. Thank you. I wish I could give you a head pat too. And you're doing such a good job with those little kitties. So, um, one day I might be able to let you give me a head pat. That'd be nice, you know. But that's something that's like probably need like a 2D or a 3D. Probably need like a live 2D model for that to really work. We might be able to do it with this, but it'd be kind of. Hmm. Wanted to ask, does this thing go through proprietary servers? Yeah. Mm-hmm. One headbat for 30 snollers 20 times. My goodness. $600. 600 snollers of headbats? It does actually. So if you check webs no command publish PiShock right here. So like here, ps.pishock.com and you can get your codes. It's disgusting. Hmm. It would be nice if it were in-house. I do agree with you if it were something that you could communicate with yourself directly. Um, yeah, I don't know about the decision on that. Would I take you to Snurch? Nope. I don't go to church. I wouldn't take you to Snurch. Nope. But yes, it does, and that's part of the reason why this is such a frustration, Jinxie, because like Buttplug.io works with a client at the interface central that you install on your computer, and that client translates it to the like hardware protocol to work with the devices. Um, but you can do that whole thing functionally offline. Like you would still need to be able to communicate with the devices via wireless, right? Um, but you could do that on like a closed network, right? So, and this one I'm having to like set up this whole thing to be able to talk with it over WebSocket. I'd take you a lot of other places, just not church. I will get to your question here in a little bit, Noir. Did I do that positivity yet? I didn't. It was only 2 minutes ago. There's no way I didn't do it yet. Um, my positivity is goodness. My positivity is that I don't know. Oh, there's an ad. I'm gonna go ahead and say it anyway. No, I'm not. It's fine. I'll wait. I'll wait. It's fine. I'll wait. Meow. Meow. You talking to me? You talking to me? My neck is so stiff, y'all. Um, gone jailbreaking this firmware to use custom servers. Fair enough. If you do, let me know. Out of ad prison? Awesome, awesome. How about you, Derek? Are you back yet? We're still waiting on you. But yeah, if you do that, let me know. I can incorporate that in the mods. I know that if you like dick around with the firmware, it invalidates any support or warranties. But like if you're messing with firmware on it, then you already know what you're doing a little bit, right? So, what was I doing? All this is fine. The modes are handled? They're not handled. I need to go handle modes. Um, and then check a couple of other things. You need all closed source projects and feel all code should be open source. You know what? I agree, right? Like, um, I understand the financial incentive people have behind keeping it closed source, but my thoughts on this, right, is I've been a little bit curious about shockers, but there's a part of me that worries, like, if I spend my money on this, who's to say that the server won't just go down, right? And then what? You know, you all of a sudden have this device that you really can't use. Um, so I don't know. All right. So I did my positivity. No, my positivity is that I've been meeting a lot of nice new people recently. In different communities and different places. But also like people who've been showing up here and chatting and hanging out, and that's been really nice. Is there a stop killing games equivalent for personal shockers? I don't. Probably not. It's a pretty small market, all things considered. Hmm. Okay. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna feed Kitty Boo, because if I don't, he's gonna keep meowing at me. And that'll be disruptive to my mental processes. It's gonna be about 5 minutes. I'll be back in just a little bit. I'll just leave it up on the screen so that way we can listen to the music. So, see you soon. All right, thank y'all very much for waiting there for me. I appreciate it. We are back. Kitty boo, yeah, kitty bee bee. Kitty. Um, the thing is a mini Linux computer looking that way. So from what I understand, right, Jinxie, there are two components to a PiShock, right? Um, let me get this pulled up so I get the names and everything right. I haven't heard this song in a long time. Oh, great. Now that's associated with my Google account forever. Okay, so um, there is the shockers themselves, which are the little devices that you place on yourself that are zit zit, right? Those communicate with the hub, and the hub is what is doing the actual communication. So yes, very likely the hub is running a software of some kind, right? You fell asleep, you sing kitty boo, woke you up, you almost rolled off the sofa. No. So the hub itself is probably what handles the communication to the server, and handles the communication to the devices as well. So very likely, it's probably pretty easy to jailbreak. Um, if I had to guess, if you can just like access the hub directly. NESP32, of course, it always is, isn't it? Then in that case, it is open and vulnerable to you because I'm pretty sure there's nothing that would stop you. Okay, so let me take a look here. Randy, learn how to problem solve in coding. Right. Okay. Was you right in your way of right? Let me scroll up here and see. Okay. So you ask, what's the logic? How's it going to read a hit, reduction in HP, or the hurt box getting activated, or something else? Gotcha. So the way that this works more, right, is that I have written this program here that does a few different things. This is like the base plugin, and this is called a BepInEx mod. BepInEx, right? We haven't known each other yet, and you know me so well. I mean, yes. I also know that those devices are pretty easy to work with and mod. Um, so this is a BepInEx plugin. This is what goes into your mods folder and gets loaded up at the beginning of Nine Souls. Um, there's a bunch of variables set up here, but most of these are for configuration, right? Should it shock if when you die? Should it shock when you get hit? Should it shock if you do an inaccurate parry? Should it be vibrate only? Maybe like that kind of stuff, right? So there's a lot of variables here, and then this is the startup, which is assigning those variables from a text file, essentially. And then we get to what you're really wondering about, which are these harmony patches, right? And then this is the client PiShock thing. So the harmony patches are over here, and harmony is a way of patching into Unity. You follow the naming convention, harmony, Unity. Um, what we're doing here is I have pulled apart the code that essentially makes up Nine Souls, right? And I've dug through that code and I found a method that looked to me like it would correspond to what I need it to. So in this case here, there is a method called receive damage, right? That method has the format of receive damage. The first parameter is a damage dealer. Second parameter is an effect hit data. And I'm basically saying whenever that runs, right? Whenever that runs, What I want you to do is after that's done, we're going to run a postfix. So there's a couple different ways you can do it. A prefix would actually intercept the method before it gets run, and it would say, "Oh, that method's about to run. No, 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 let me go first." And that's how you could like insert your own variable values. Uh, postfix runs after it's done, and so in this case, the game handles you receiving damage like boom, you got hit. After you get hit, my code goes, "Oh, we just did the receive damage function. Then in that case, let me calculate how much damage was done. I'm just taking their variables straight out of here, right? I'm taking what their current health is now after they've been hit. I'm doing a little bit of processing on it, and then I'm saying, cool, now send it over to this location." Whenever receive damage runs, it also runs the shot code. It runs the shot code after, but not before. Um, because kind of as a rule of thumb with harmony patches, postfixes can get messy if multiple patches are trying to access the same method with a postfix, then it doesn't work very well. Like there's conflicts. Um, you can pretty much have any number of postfixes because postfixes do not change the result in any way. All they do is take the result and then use it in a different way, right? Then there's also like you can do injections into the code while it's currently running, like while the method is currently being processed. You can like inject stuff in there, but really, whenever it comes to like interacting with the devices that you want to do something when a thing in the game happens, it's postfix. Because all you got to do is say, "Oh, when that thing happened, what do you want me to do?" And then the only trick really then is figuring out how the game is coded and figuring out what you need. So like accurate parry is in the parry player state class. There's a method called accurate parry that takes a parry result data, parry param, and damage dealer. Anytime that method fires from the player parry state, we know that an accurate parry was performed. Injection is more complicated, yeah. Um, and then there's a different method in player parry state called inaccurate parry. And then lastly, there is a death check in the player health. Death check, death check, and the damage check here, the received damage, is actually there's a little bit of interplay between this because whenever receive damage is run, whenever you take damage in Nine Souls, right, it always checks to see if you have died. It always runs death check. The problem is like, and so I have to do a little bit of coding here, right? That says, if your hit points is above 0, then you're not actually dead. Don't don't run my shot code, right? Um, if you are dead, like if the hit killed you, don't run the receive damage code, right? Hey phone guy, welcome on in. How you doing? We're just coding. We're coding a mod for Nine Souls. And the reason that that happens more is because the receive damage is a method within the player health thing. Um, and death check is a method within player health. So it's specific to the player health. Like the only people who ever get hit and die and have this trigger is you as the player, right? When death check succeeds, if you are factually dead, then what it does is it calls a die method, but I can't patch into the die method because the die method is universal for the health mechanic. So anything with a health value runs die when it dies, in which case anything you kill would shock you, which is why I specifically needed to tie it to the player health values. Yeah, it's 5%. I figured that was you. So I had to be a little bit clever about that one because they coded it in they coded it in a very generic way. Like the way that they coded it is not wrong. It's actually very versatile to code it the way that they did. But it just makes it so that hooking into the methods is more complex. So or making a game. We are making a mod for a game. We are modding a game. Some freaks will like that. I mean, they would, and it's certainly something that I could potentially add to it. So let me let me quickly save here real quick, and let me pull up the You know, what, 1 second. I don't know if the shows are not on stream, so I'm digging into the file system. I'm gonna pull up the Silksong mod real quick so you can kind of see another example. And by real quick, it's probably gonna take like 5 minutes because this program is horrible. What do you need? Partially right is checking health up until a certain point of death. Yep. Yeah. And I don't have to worry about like checking colliders or anything like that. I don't need to actually see if the player has been hit because the player's damage received method ostensibly only runs when you have been hit, right? And so they wrote the game. They're checking that for me. They check it whenever they need. All we're doing is we're just finding the nice little place to put our little hooks in and just running just a little bit of code at the most unobtrusive location we can, basically. Right now the it's trying to do things. Uh Jinxie? A little something? Did you just do what I think you did in like 20 minutes? That is wild. That's how it's gonna be, baby. Stand up. Got to stand up, baby. Stand up. Mm, 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 mm. Got his coder here. You feel happy for writing a mile and 4 nested loops? Yeah, yeah. I mean, honestly, being able to write a good while and for loop is good, right? Like even it, some of the most common errors you can make are is just like not doing a for loop correctly, right? Like an off by one bug can be one of the most frustrating things to try to troubleshoot as a new coder, where you're just like, I don't understand why it works in every situation except one situation. Why isn't it doing what I need it to do? Like you're having to track it down. You're like, what have I done? And it ends up being like an underscore that you missed or something. Not your fault. They had a publicly viewable dev firmware that's both unprotected and looks to have a local server packed into it. There you go. Oh my gosh. It's also called the fence post problem. Is it? Probably. I think I know what you're getting at. I think I'd have to look it up. I'm still trying to load the code. Actually, correction. I'm still trying to unload the Nine Souls code so I can load in the Silk Song code. Fence post. Sort of. It's similar to that, right? Just leave your password as password one while you're at it. Yeah, it's similar to that in that like if you're doing like think about it this way, right? If you're doing a for loop and you start at index 0, because a lot of things do start at index 0, right? So you start at index 0 and then you go a number of times, you're going to end before you get to the actual number. And if you don't, you're going to, array out of bounds exception or whatever. Oops, sorry. Um, and then, if you start your index at 1, some places do start it at 1, in which case you miss your 0, but maybe you go until less than the number, and there's all sorts of ways to fuck it up just by a little bit, right? Um, so it's very common for new players to do that. Need to change your password, thanks. Yeah, why pass it all? Yeah, yeah. Ginger cat, hi, what's up? Hey, that's my shell. Get that back. I need that. Get that back. JavaScript index 0? I think so. Yeah, if it's because Java's 0 and JavaScript is Java, kind of. Okay, perfect. Here we go. I have the new code. Hold up now. It's gonna take a little bit for it to figure this stuff out, right? Okay, come on now. And Ginger Cat, thank you so much for being my new top of the stream. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, so this is the Silk Song code that I was talking about, right? Hold up, what's up? Ads, no. You're back? Well, thank you so much for being my newest top of the stream. Thank you. Let's go. Okay. It's been a little while since I looked at this code, so I'm not as familiar with it. But anyways, um, so I had a lot of ideas for this, right? So if we go over here to the harmony patches for Silk Song, I had it set up so that yeah. I had it set up so that if you completed your bind, aka if you healed, it could trigger. I had it set up so that if you added silk, meaning if you hit the enemy and got silk added,
collar of the kind that people wear.
um,
It's a nice collar.
if you got hit and you got silk added, or your passive silk regen that you got sometime, or even sitting on the bench and healing that could give you full silk or whatever, it would trigger on that, right? And it would vibrate on adding silk. Um, who's the cutest? Bottom. I don't know. I don't know. People keep asking who's the cutest, and I don't know that there is a cutest anywhere. Besides, I'm a Switch. Um, here's one for the bottom. Oh my gosh, this program, y'all. Okay. Um, I had it also set up so that if you died, right? If you died, you would leave your cocoon behind. It would vibrate on recovering your cocoon. Oh my, is OBS even working? Y'all can hear me, right? Testing. God, it looks like it's doing terrible. Um, I had it set up so that also anytime you used a tool in Silksong, it would trigger. Anytime you unlocked a new tool, it would trigger. Anytime you unlocked a new crest, it would trigger. There's a lot of buffering. Yeah, my computer's being bad. It just dropped some frames. Um, Anytime you landed on the ground hard, it would trigger. Anytime you got your bind interrupted. Anytime you added to your max health or your max silk or your max silk regen. Anytime you sat on the bench. Anytime you gained currency of either type. Oh my god, this program is so bad. Anytime you spent currency, right? These are all the things that I had implemented in Silksong, and I had to like dig through their code like crazy to find all of this, right? Like I'm reading all of their code. I'm more familiar with Silksong code than most people are. Um, and then I had like another, I don't know, 20 or 30 things that I was planning on adding support to. I just way overscoped is what happened. Anytime you bounced on something, anytime you died from a hazard, like I did all of this shit. It was so much. Okay, let me hop back over. It's gonna take a little bit. I gotta try to get OBS to respond. Literally all I'm running is code, Firefox, and the ability to talk to you all. I keep being worried that OBS is gonna crash one of these days. Oh my god, please. Yep, encoding overloaded. There we go. Now let's see if we can get the Nine Souls code pulled back up. I'm so sorry if it's like looking terrible on your end. All right, Nine Souls plugin. 83 drop frames. No. All right, we're trying to load up the code now. Any day. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, y'all, it loaded. The computer's doing a thing. One of these days I'll let you be able to see it too. There we go. Okay, we are back. Let me check these Discord messages because there's been a lot. Okay. Sorry about that. Where were we? Right. So I was explaining how all that worked. I think that as far as the Nine Souls Shock plugin, I actually think that we are pretty done here. Maybe that's 0. Shock on death, shock damage. Yep. We'll need the PiShock codes. We can comment out these. These are not necessary anymore. Right? Right. Okay. Right. Okay. 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 I see what's going on. We have to change these to. This is shock option. Okay. Damage option dot min intensity. It's like, are you not going to help me here? I think. Hang on. Do we need to do this? Is there a problem with doing this? No, there's not a problem with doing this. Okay. Damage options, min intensity. Nope. And then I don't need to do this one because we just use max that. What if we just got rid of that? Why don't we just do that, I guess? Um, I'm going to spend so long commenting this code later. That's a health percentage, so we can just take this, cut that. Damage options dot current intensity. Yeah, I think it's just gonna be fine to do it that way. Okay. And then this one, we're gonna set accurate parry options dot current intensity to accurate parry options dot max intensity. Because that's the only thing we do care about right now. There's no minimum intensity. Okay. This is inaccurate. Okay. Max intensity. And then set this here. Cut, paste. And then oh boy, so much work here. Current intensity? Yes. Min intensity, max intensity. Yes. Okay. Based on health value. Hmm. Wait, damage on shock. Oh yeah, that's fine. This seems fine. There's probably an issue there that I need to fix, but I'm not gonna work on it right now. Max intensity, and then we can just wait. No, 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 no. Yeah, this seems fine here. Wait, why am I doing it this way? Hey, chainsaws. Um, Dang, let me think here. What is a good positivity? A good positivity is I hate it. I hate doing this. I hate doing this. Why you make me do this? Um, my positivity is that I'm trying hard to think about anything that's been like that I've done recently or anything. It's just been this code project. So I guess my positivity is that I don't know. Gosh, I'm stuck on this one. See, I don't mind doing these positivities. What I mind is getting stuck on them like this. It should not be this hard to say something nice about myself. Um, Let me think about this a little bit. Then we could say internal damage. There's no need to do this, right? Yeah, that's just changing the value name here. All right, so that, and then this will be, gosh, I love it when it does that. And when it, wow, I hate it when grammar's wrong, but I love it when it does that. And then this one is here. Okie dokie. All right, I think that that is what we needed to do for these. Config entry, PiShock username, API key, that's good. Harmony, good. Log ID, good. Logger. So damage options, parry options. Do we shock on death? Shock on damage, shock on accurate parry, shock on inaccurate. Vibrate only. Warning vibration. Do I need to add those into the options as well? I might need to. It may already be there. Yeah, these two might be actually part of the damage options. Which I think they might be. If we look over here in the shock options, duration, cooldown, vibrate only. Yeah, we do have the warning mode, right? Which is fine. Okay, so that's... We don't need to set current intensity. Yeah, I guess we could add it in there. So, this dot is enabled. I didn't think about disabling it. The list of shockers. Guess I need to figure that out too, huh? 'Cause I need to store the list of shockers in here. Op mode, shock mode, max intensity, min intensity, duration. I don't think we need cooldown. I think we can take cooldown out. And honestly, cooldown modifier as well. And then more head pounds at a 10% discount. You redeemed so many. Of course you get a discount. Running mode, cooldown modifier. Yeah. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish with this cooldown modifier. It seems complicated compared to what I'm going to do here. I'm sure it's better for some reason. Cooldown, take that out. Yeah, this seems better. Because I think I actually removed, yeah, the cooldown stuff right there. Is there any shocking developments? Just working away on, getting this converted over still. I know it's not very exciting, but let's see. Emergency stop. Hey, that's me. Okay. PiShock count. Like, we could stop that there, but I don't think we need to. Perfect. Okay. Trying to think if there's... Shocker base doesn't need to do anything. Shocker PiShock doesn't need to do anything. And I think response doesn't need to do anything. And command publish. I don't think that needs to do anything. Sent you all the custom stuff. You want to try it out along with the pre-built custom firmware with the special front-end HTML that uses the usual Wi-Fi login page to easily retarget whatever you want. Jinxie. All right, you have a good sleep. That's wild. Thank you, though. That's awesome. Duration, false, new. Yachty, how are you? Okay, this is the heartbeat. This is the WebSocket. Which again, I don't think I need to do anything here in the WebSocket. Client.options. Ooh. Where's the part of the code that involves the parries? How hard do you need to clinch to parry? It's not clinch based. It's skill based. It's skill based. Clinch to parry would be really difficult in Nine Souls, considering just how precise you have to be to parry in this one. PiShock log ID. Yeah, we'll do that. Dot. God damn it. I hate making things static. Such a shit way of dealing with things. This is gonna be this with $sign. I'll have to fix that later. It's a workout and a half. It would be the worst. Okay, so this seems fine. Let me look at our shock options. Hot mode, shock mode. We need to do something with shock mode. This one right here. We're never calling that one, so we're fine. Validation, I remember doing that. Shock mode, okay. Get shocker count, get shockers. So it's pick shockers, right? This seems fine. Wake up, you were apparently gifted a thing while you're asleep. Guess what you got? Uh, a subscription? I don't know. What is this? This is what you got? Oh, that's wonderful. Unstoppable now? It seems like it. No one can do a thing against you. Command, command publish for each shocker. Huh? Where are they doing? Where are they handling this? Wait, they're not handling it. That's right. Oh, right. But we can handle that for ourselves by going here and then let's send request. Let's command publish. Okay. You're unstoppable, unstoppable. We did wake up a bit ago, saw me on, clicked on a stream like, what is going on? And you decided it's too easy to understand, just fell back asleep. I love that for you. I love that for you. That's the best, actually. So this is a list of commands. Okay, so I can come back over here to this code, and in the do operation, ow, you poked me, kitty. Oh my gosh. It's under publish, right? Yes, here we go. What do you mean? Inaccessible, right. Can I have this not in my leg? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're a cat. Okay, so that's internal. And then this will be options dot, not warning mode, not duration. Not op mode, shock mode. There we go. And then it's shock option. Where are we reading in the things? It's under here. Request personal devices. Yes. Okay. For each shocker in options.PiShock. Yes. Cannot convert from list to int. Oh, I did something wrong. Length. Oh, right. It's always length. Ow, kitty. What is, does it not? It's a list, right? It's a list. It's not list.length. Okay, well. Size. Why do I not know what this was called? Does it not have one? You gotta be kidding me. Do I not have a method for this? Irksome. Very irksome. Oh, pulling up anything on this computer while I'm doing this coding is pretty excruciating. Like, I'm just trying to pull up a browser, right? And it's just like chugging. I'm just always so nervous that OBS is going to crash or mess up in some way. Like, I don't know. Right now, it might have delay or something. Who knows? It's been really struggling tonight. Huh. Properties. Count. Count. God, it's called fucking count. Okay. So length there means that goes through there. Shocks is the length. Okay, so this is just creating the array based on the length because it doesn't need to know. Yeah, that's right. And then so then I could just do if throw this in a little if block, and then for each of them, if shocker dot index. No, because you're a list. This is index of shocker. Is equal to yes, my skin as lingers like handsome. Okay, so they did it a really interesting way. So for our index of is equal to okay, what am I trying to do here? Let me think here. God, it's such a backwards way of doing it. So if our index of the shocker is the same as picked Okay, so I guess in that case, int index of shocker, and if index picked.index, so if it has been picked, then do this. Okay, let me think about this now. So what we're doing is we have a list of picked indices, and for each shocker, this is not going to work. Is it? I think this isn't going to work. I might have to put this to the side for now on that one. Maybe it's fine. Anyways, so we've got a list of shocked, picked and not picked. And if our index of the shocker is the same as the index of picked, then feeling a smidge more energetic for a couple hours than the crashing. Oh no, what's going on? You just tired? So if it has been picked, then create a new command for that shocker. The options, user ID, commands add, targets add. I think this works. Okay. Y'all want to try something? Let's build a solution. Let's see if we can run this baby. It's not gonna work right. I'm almost guaranteeing it. Let's see if we can run it. You're feeling a smidge more energetic for a couple hours. Oh, sorry. I reread that again. I'm so sorry. Build? Yeah. Build started. If you can see it down in the corner right underneath the holds. We're basically turning this code into a compiled version that we'll be able to use as in the mod. And we're going to try to launch 9 souls. Now, launching 9 souls, full disclaimer, launching 9 souls might fuck up my entire computer. OBS might crash, the stream might die, who knows. Um Fingers crossed. But we'll be able to see whether or not it works. And for me, yeah, it's fair. Gambling with 9 souls right now. Okay, let's hop over here. I'll be doing a few little things on the side screen. And let's see if this build completed. No, it did not complete. It's still working on it. I just realized it's still working on it. It's ready to start building, I guess. Are you doing anything? Let's see how long this takes to build. This might be like the worst idea I've ever had. Building this and then trying to run it on 9 souls while streaming. I can barely do this when I'm not streaming, so oop, I just heard YouTube skip for a second. All right, let me do that. I'm a little shrimpy right now too. All right, sitting up here and doing a little hydrate. Here's a stretch. All right, build succeeded. Where is it? There it is. Gosh, this was a pain and a half trying to get this new API up and going. But like I said, I think it's going to be so much better like this. It'll be much more resilient. I'm sure there was like a lot easier of a way to do this. Okay, mod uploaded. You know what? Nah, I don't want to like give up on this just yet. Like maybe we're gonna get an error message and I want to work on a little bit more. I was gonna say maybe I should close out of OBS and just be like, if this doesn't work, this is where we stop tonight. That might be the smart thing. I don't know that we're gonna do the smart thing. This was such a bad idea. Oh my gosh. I'm just trying to pull up Steam and it is not doing it. All right, let's see if the ad finishes before I can click on Nine Souls. Yo, we beat the ad. No, wait, never mind. Okay, give it a second. There we go. Okay, yeah. We click play. We click the play button. Oh my god, yo, we clicked the play button. Yep, yeah, we clicked it. It's trying to do something. Imagine if this just like worked. Imagine if this just worked at the start. If it just like did what it was supposed to do. How wild would that be? Encoding overload. No. Dropping frames. We're dropping frames. You can hear him like a ghost saying you're never gonna make it out alive. Trying to, trying to. You quit that they keep like a slave. When I'm like magic preaching, you'll do well to let them teach her. You'll be headed up that hill to the grave. It is well with my soul. You line your pockets full of money that you steal from the poor, and on the way down the hill, maybe ring that bell, pay the devil twice as much to keep your soul. All right, all right. Preloading started. Let's face it by the gun around the waist. If you'd been no. All of 10 for and C2. Wow. Okay, well, there you go. Gives you something to watch, right? I didn't finish watching the first season. It was good. I just hit a rough patch in my life. I am the righteous hand of God, and I am the devil that you forgot. And I found you one day, you will see that I'll be back, I guarantee. And that hell's coming, hell's coming with me. I mean, we both know that 10 episodes is going to take you half a day to finish, so you might need to find something else. Something else on top of that. That you steal from the bar and on the way down the hill. You ring that bell, pay the devil twice as much, keep your soul. Oh, encoding overloaded again. We're still on the preloading phase. It's adding a patch. It's doing it. Oh my goodness. Encoding overloaded. Oh my god, this is struggling so hard, y'all. Why did I think this was a good idea? No, I knew it wasn't a good idea. I knew it wasn't a good idea, and I just did it anyways. Why did I do that? Oh my gosh. Who let me do this? Roughly 20 minutes per episode. Already watched 2 just now. 2 hours and 40 minutes to watch the rest. Yeah, uh-huh. I am familiar with how quickly you can chew through an episode. Like a show. Let's say you throw in a curveball later and have one episode to be 6 hours long. You know, I've seen some shows that do that where they'll have like an hour-long episode sometimes. You're just like, how did you manage to fit that into the broadcasting schedule? Like, I don't hate it, but also like, I don't get it. We are still waiting. We are still waiting to patch the methods. It's trying. You know, I should probably change this off of version 1.0.0 because we did technically try to push out a version that was just shit and didn't work, and this is version like 2.0. Positivity. I don't know. God, I didn't do the last one now that I think about it. Gosh, yeah, 6 a.m. Yeah. Um, positivity, positivity, positivity. If I just keep saying the word positivity, does that count? Um, I guess my positivity is that, yo, it didn't do anything, which checks out. Everybody getting ready for sleep. Sounds good, Bingo. I think it's not gonna do anything, but we're gonna go get hit and see. The user data was incorrect. Can't fetch user ID. Thank you for lurking. My positivity is that I didn't expect to be launching Nine Souls tonight, and yet here we are. So we made a lot more progress on the code than I thought. Um, when we ended stream yesterday, I thought probably we had a few more days worth of work trying to get this converted over, and we were able to get it done mostly um, in a semi-reasonable time. Let's see if like anything triggers here. Okay, so we died. That's great. This is what we wanted, right? We just wanted a little bit of data here. Bit of a shame. Ended up instead of a funny quick thing. I don't mind either way, really. Um, like it being a big old thing just gave me more to work on. I felt good working on a project for once. Like it's been a long time since sure, like I put a lot of hours into the first iteration of it and it didn't work and like that can be a little disappointing, but like this is the first time I've had a project that I've been working on and like interested in a while, aside from like just streaming, which like streaming is lovely, don't get me wrong, but it is nice to like be able to put my attention towards something. All right, let's see if we can close the game. Hey, Violet, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Okay, perfect. So I think I know where this failed, and that's fine. User data was incorrect. Couldn't fetch. That aborted due to invalid account settings. Fine. So that would be from validation, I think, in the client PiShock. Did everything just crash? No, I think we're okay. This would be in client PiShock under request. Oh no, it's laggy. I mean, the good thing is that we know that the mod launches, right? The mod does things, which is cool. Like my calculations are still fine. Let's see. Damage for 22% has 65% remaining. That math doesn't check out, but okay. 22%, 42% remaining. Yep, didn't send due to protection interval. That's correct. Player killed. Protection interval sounds good. Okay. We might just have to be without music for a little bit. I should sleep soon. You should sleep soon, Raz. I'm doing okay. Thanks for checking on me, though. Wow, it actually caught up. You will. That's good. Okay. This right here. It is very late. It is very late. Yeah. It's only it's only 7. I've been staying up later than 7 for a while. You'll sleep enough for all of us? I don't know if that's true, Yachty. I like my beauty sleep. I sleep for a good long while. Oh my gosh, I just need to scroll up and look at what this says. Blah, blah. Tuck me in? You're gonna have to drive quite a ways, Raz. Or you're gonna have really long arms. The eepiest soldier. It's true. Oh, can I scroll up? Nope. Can I scroll up? You have really long arms. You do. You do. I don't know if they're long enough across state lines, but let's see. So user ID equals null or length equals 0. You'll make the drive. It'd be good to see you. But I know that's like a really long ways to go, so. Parts message for each parts. If part does this. So we didn't get a user ID, right? It was either null or length 0. But if we did that, then we got to here. Requesting info, it must have put it into the API key and username, and it said username. Let me double check here. It said user data was incorrect. Wait, we didn't even get to this part, did we? Dang it. You have a family in the Midwest, friend in the state you're in that you haven't seen in a decade. Oh. Yeah, user data was incorrect. So this is where we got to, which means that this try catch block succeeded in doing what it was trying to do, right? Which was send the username and the API key to PiShock. And we could not retrieve user data from PiShock, right? Yeah, we got requesting PiShock information. We did not fail to establish a connection. We did not fail to retrieve the user data. What we failed was specifically the data that we got back, the response that we got back said it was incorrect. So why don't we do this? We're going to add in just a little bit more logging. I'm going to find out what this was. Choose your prom date. Oh my gosh. Stuck happily for 10 years in the Phoebe basement. I don't own a basement. I don't own a basement. There's no basements in this state, I think. Kitty. Oh. Kitty. No, no, no. Come on. Come on. Kitty, kitty. Kitty, kitty. This state doesn't have basements. We have tornadoes. Hey, hey, that does not mean scratch the carpet. Yeah, it doesn't. It'd be nice. You and I, we're licensed outside, but we can be. Night night, Raz. Get yourself some good rest, all right? It's killing me. We can do message reader dot to read in. Okay. Surely, yeah. Okay. I would like to see at least what message we are getting back to see if it is like a valid response. How to fly. We can be. Oh my god, it's taking so long to save. Kitty, Kitty, why are you being grouchy? What are you doing? What are you doing? Hmm? What? You just want attention? Yeah? He just wants attention. Alright, did we save? I think we saved. Okay, let's build. We remember how long that took last time. It should be a little bit faster this time because we didn't make as many changes. Kitty. Kitty, stop. Y'all ought to see this little goober. He's intentionally playing with cables. And every time I look at him, he looks up at me like, what are you gonna do about it? Kitty. Why? Why are you so fighty bitey right now, huh? Why do you do this? The cable cat? Yeah. Also, I want to do a test real quick. If somebody's listening and somebody could help me out, I am going to say the word uh, cup in a little bit, and whenever you hear it, just respond back, letting me know you heard it. Cup. All right, thank you, Kaz. Okay, so we're not that delayed on it. I was a little worried that I've been having a lot of issues with OBS kind of like locking up, and a few times we've had situations where that has resulted in like a really big stream delay, so I just wanted to make sure we weren't dealing with like a 30-second stream delay or something. Ah, ah. That's my hair, baby. Hey, where's your toy? This thing's building. It's gonna take it. Let me go get his toy. Finally answered the first cup, you the second. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so it was kind of a bit of a big thing. Okay. It should be fine for now. It's probably like a 10-second delay or so. And that's not something we can fix without restarting the stream, probably. And it's probably gonna get worse. Where's your toy? Oh. You just said cup because you thought it was a reasonable thing to do. Right, here you go, Kiwis. Look right here. You can play with this one. This is a good cable. It's a good cable because it's fluffy. Oh, yeah, there you go, Crickby. Build succeeded, y'all. Okay, let's go grab the latest. Yeah, like I said, that completed a lot faster. Cricket, right here. Copy that. Paste. Okay. We're gonna try launching 9 souls again. Whether that was a good plan the first time, it's definitely not a good plan the second time, but we're gonna do it. Launching. I was originally Cricket. I was originally getting this toy to play with the boy, but I guess you can play with it too. Okay, it's trying to load the plugin now, so it'll be a few minutes while the game tries to start up. It's good to know that we can do this, even if it's bad. That we can have OBS, Steam, a browser, my model, Visual Studios, and 9 souls all running at the same time. Oh, and StreamerBot. Don't forget StreamerBot. Yeah, I'm testing. I'm testing the mod. Mm-hmm. You can't see it. It's off screen, but I am testing the mod out. It's gonna fail in the same way, which is fine because I'm not trying to get it to succeed. What I'm trying to do is get it to tell me exactly what the message is that it's failing with. Because that'll tell me it's blank. It's blank, but it is trying to make the connection. Okay. I don't need to do anything more there. Hey, Violet. Give it a second. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. The bot's struggling too, so whole computer be struggling. Okay, we'll do this. I wonder if I can. Okay, so what is it? What is it sending it? It's sending it the API key and username. You're heading to bed. Thank you so much for being here across the Fox. I hope you get some good sleep, all right? We should have a good rest of stream. It probably won't be too long. I've kind of reached the point where testing further would need information that I don't have. Let's see here. The music quit because I changed tabs. That's all I did is I just tabbed it to a different window, and it's like, can't do anything. Okay. I really wish that they had a test account. Maybe I'll suggest that. I really wish that they had a test account where you could just try to communicate to it. Like it just has some default values or something. You try to communicate to it, and it's like, oh yeah, it totally worked, even though there's not actually like a PiShock associated with it. Like that'd be super useful just to like validate whether or not this code is working. Okay, here it is. Nope. This is not where it is. Hmm? Mm-hmm. Hang on a second. What the fuck? Wait a second. Wait a second. What was this GitHub I just looked at? Hang on a second. What was this GitHub I just looked at? When was this updated? When was it? I'm gonna lose my mind if this is what I needed. Holy. This better not be a working API. Who would want to get shocked? People that want to get shocked. I don't know. Masochists? People who think it's fun? People who are trying to get paid to get shocked on stream and make content? Lots of reasons. We're struggling, y'all. I would imagine it doesn't look very good on your end. I am sorry. Okay, okay, good. Okay. No, this is using the shit API. Yeah, this was updated 2 years ago. Okay. Oh my god, I thought I was about to find something that I needed hours ago. That would have been just crushing. You know, that would have been crushing. Yeah, I guess they're not going to give me an example of the API key. Would be so useful if they did. I wonder if the legacy one works. No struggle is struggle. Is very struggle. Please, computer, please. I ask so little of you. Not just like absolutely abusing this poor system. Oh, it is gonna be. This computer's gonna be so happy when we stop. It's gonna be so happy when I stop. Okay, we're getting to the config file. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can dump in some random information and see if it gives us any kind of response like we might expect. It says it says I'm at 5 frames. It says I'm at 5 frames a second right now. Okay. Well, computer's struggling. We dropped to 0 frames for a second. Amazing. Oh, big yawn. Can't process more than 15 frames a second. You aren't missing much. It's true. Um, and at least this is not like, at least there's not like a bunch of stuff happening on screen. When I was watching the, some of like the Sekiro VOD, oh my goodness. That was, there's just, it looked bad. It looked so bad. It'd be really cool to have like a nice computer so that it like looked good for me, of course, yeah, but also like for y'all. I have failed to open this file 3 times. There we go. Okay. Oh, damn. Yes, we were. Wait, HTTP. Hmm. This should be probably not working. Yeah. Yeah, it probably should be not working. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Username. Yeah, default value. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Well, I'm trying to think about what we do here then. Do we not have duration? Hang on a second. Cricket, cricket, leave it alone. Duration. Oh, okay. So I did mess that up there. Good to see that and catch that. Duration hit, duration hit. Yeah. God, it's so bad. Did I call it duration? Yeah, duration accurate is what it was. No, so I feel people. No, I don't have that many. You can't nom them. I need them. I don't have enough to go around. You die. Duration inaccurate. Wait, I don't need to do this. It can just be duration. Compensation, yeah. Thank you for giving me my shell back. I appreciate it. Axe duration. Yes, okay. Save all. PiShock configuration API. PiShock API key. It's pulled, so it's 9 shoals. PiShock API key, right? Okay, I may just have to like save this for later. I'm gonna go ahead and save it and do another build. We're not testing anything more. We're just getting what's in Visual Studio up to parity with like what's on the computer. Or I suppose what's on the computer up to parity with Visual Studio is a better way of saying that. Jakey baby, what's up, baby girl? Oh, it's you. Hi. What's up, sweetheart? What? You a snuggy buggy? Do y'all want food? I feel like that may be what you're interested in, huh? I feel like maybe that's why you want me. I feel like maybe You don't really value me for my company. You just value me for my ability to open cabinets. I just got tired too. Snail food? No, it's cat food. This is kitty food. Little kibbies. Cabinet opener. More cabinet openings, please. The cabinet hasn't been opened in 3 hours. No one open cabinets for you, yes. Yes, I have opposable thumbs and the ability to figure out how to operate basic devices. Cricket actually knows how to get in the cabinets sometimes. She just, like, I think she doesn't think she can because I used to have it tied shut and the thing that ties it shut broke. And I think she's just not been, like, dedicated enough to try to get in there. Um, because she used to get in there and she used to eat the kibble in the bowl, so I had to move the kibble from there to a different location. And then, um, when I moved the bowl, she would get in there and she would eat the bag trying to get into it. Not feeling gremlin enough. I think she's just been conditioned to think that, oh, if I open the cabinet a couple inches and it doesn't open automatically, then I must not be able to get in there. I think she just still remembers it being like tied shut. You're a kitty cat. You eat the bag, yeah. Oh my goodness. Where nothing is working. Build succeeded. There we go. That's the words we wanted to see. Meow? You meowing? Okay, we are going to go ahead and close down the program. It's going to take approximately 10 to 15 minutes, I would assume. And then we'll see about getting logged into Twitch and rating up. Cricket? Yeah? Did y'all hear that little chirpy she made? I don't know if any of her sounds ever get picked up on the mic. I know that the fluffy boy can meow loud enough to get picked up. I don't know if she can. Cricket? Yeah? Maybe? Meow? Yeah? No. She doesn't want to meow. We had almost 200 dropped frames this stream just from my computer not being able to handle things. That is wild. Like, not a connectivity issue or anything, just my computer not physically being able to operate fast enough to do network stuff. Look at that. Oh my god, it shut down. Sort of. Nine Souls can't still be running, right? Steam shows it's still running. I don't think that's right. Everything all the time, little bit of everything all the time. Apathy's a tragedy and boredom is a crime. Anything and everything and anything and everything and anything and everything and all of the time. One of these days, I'll be a real streamer. More head bats. The computer's the one that needs them today. It's worked hard. You are the real streamer? I know. It's just, it'd be nice if the computer would keep up with my ambitions. And my ambitions are launching a browser successfully and
Size does matter, and anyone
opening
that tells you
programs.
otherwise is a bottom, and I'm always on top of my game.
Yeah, size doesn't matter, Violet. That's a really toxic mindset for that society has like put in our heads. Size doesn't matter. Yeah, well, Visual Studio's still open. Okay, so I think what's going on is I think that I think Visual Studio is still open. That's part of what I think is going on. Um, there it goes. Steam just crashed. I was gonna say, I think that what's going on is Steam is crashing. Good to know. Cute, thank you. Oh my goodness. I think Firefox is also part of the problem, but I really needed it up in order to do some of this troubleshooting. But it sure does gobble up resources, y'all. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and close out of that, and we're going to relaunch it. This is wild, y'all. That song played for another 20 seconds. It played for like 20 seconds after I closed Firefox. This thing's gonna be really annoying to test. Um, maybe the thing Jinxie sent me will be helpful. Nah, might not be, because I don't have one to test. Yeah, it's gonna be really hard to know if it's like working without getting data for it. Like valid user data to request it. Hmm. Is shocked? I'm not shocked that it's hard to test. What's the question? Like testing if someone does get shocked? I mean, maybe. Like, I'm gonna need someone to actually test it, but then the problem is if there's anything wrong with it, there's a delay because they got to tell me like what's wrong, and then I got to troubleshoot it, and then I'm like, oh, did this fix it? And they're like, oh, it didn't fix it. It's just, it's so much better to be able to troubleshoot as much as I can here on my PC because like I can do all of that at my own pace, and I don't have to worry about, I don't have to worry about communicating with someone else and like trying to figure out like, oh no, it did something now. What do I need to do to add logging to see if I can figure out why it was doing the thing, right? If I had a device, then it would be easier because I could just test it myself. Okay, getting logged into Twitch right now. And then Ashina's online. We're gonna stop by and say hi to Ashina. Kaz is also online. I'll probably like stop by and lurk there um, this morning, but I do think we're going to raid into Ashina. She's still doing a partner push. She probably applied for that. Would be my guess is that she applied for it, and we're just waiting to hear how that went. You know, so that'll be nice. Could take a little bit for that to happen, but in the meantime, we are going to be supporting her and seeing if we can't give her a little bit of extra help on that. Okay, let's see about getting brought up. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to like talk about climbing for an hour at the end of stream. I'm tired, so I think I won't be gushing about a special interest. As much fun as that was yesterday. All right, we have a little raid message that we can use. If you are a follower, you can use the hearts. If you are a subscriber, you can use the little me's. You miss me. I haven't even left yet. You can use little me's that hop up to the screen. I don't know what we're gonna be streaming tomorrow. I may need to continue working on the code some. We'll see. But if not, we'll be playing a game, and I don't know what game it would be, but it'll be fun, right? Oh my god, we're still overloading the encoder. Oh my god. Um, yeah, thank y'all so much for being here. Um, this was a lovely night. Like, oh my gosh, I can't. I'm failing to raid. Is what's happening right now. There we go. Um, this was a lovely night. I know that like code is pretty obtuse and it's hard to like understand what's going on with the code. Why did Steam just restart? Why is Steam launching? Stop it. But it's lovely to get to sit here with y'all and get to like talk about things and get to explain kind of what's going on and have other interesting conversations while while we were working on that. And we really did make good progress tonight. Again, just like there's, I probably just crashed PNG Tuber. I bet my PNG Tuber Plus just crashed. Yep, looks like it probably did. I guess I'm gonna leave earlier than I thought. There we go. Anyway. No, the raid is going in when an ad is starting. No. But thank y'all very much for being here. I appreciate it. I love getting to hang out with y'all. I love getting to chat and do all these sort of things. So, I'm gonna go and take care of myself. Gonna get some food. Probably try to get to sleep a little bit early today. But I really appreciate everybody being here and supporting me. So I'm gonna hold out as long as I can. I'm gonna hold out as long as I can. I'm sorry about the ad. I think I'm not gonna get to say bye bye to some of you, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's so sad. Yeah, bye bye. Bye bye. Take care. Have a good night, everybody. Oh, ads are finishing. Maybe I get the chance to say bye. Maybe I can say bye. Bye bye, everybody. Bye bye. Bye bye. Night night. See you later. Bye bye. Bye bye. All right. I'll see you on the other side of the raid.